Mark, 30 seconds. Your next and final time cue will be with 15 seconds until airtime. Coming up on 15 seconds until airtime. Mark, 15 seconds, stations. Have fun.
The following is a Learfield presentation of the Rice Sports Network. The Rice Sports Network from Learfield.
Snap green, hand to Myers, right guard, he gets in! Touchdown, Rice Owl! Constantine looks left, throws left on the slant, caught by Patterson, the three, spins in the end zone, touchdown! Touchdown, Rice Owls!
This is Owls football, brought to you by Houston Methodist, leading medicine. IBEW Local 716, lighting up Rice University in Houston for over 100 years. By Carbach Brewing Company. Carbach, it's crafted for fun. And by Little Woodrose. Little Woodrose is your local Texas watering hole.
Play action, Broussard, looking over the middle, thrown towards the end zone, touchdown, Rice Owls! Yes, sir, thank you very much.
This is the Houston Methodist Hospital pregame show. Now, live from the Little Woodrose broadcast booth. Here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
From sunny South Florida, it's the Rice Owls and the FAU Owls from FAU Stadium. I am J.P. Heath. Nate will join me coming up in next segment. Walter and Bob here as well. Ashley Gentry back in the Learfield studios, keeping us on air. Rice 3-2 on the season, coming off the bye week. They won their first and only Conference USA game so far in bully-like fashion. Taking that win over the UAB Blazers 28-24 in Houston. First time since Labor Day weekend that the Owls have been out of the Lone Star State and our city limits. After the bye week, FAU trying to get things back together. They have lost 3 straight here. Welcome to our Houston Methodist Hospital pregame show. Coming back next from sunny South Florida, Nate will join me, and we will discuss this one. And Nate will have his pregame chat with Owls big fella up the middle, Blake Banish, on that defensive line. Owls and Owls, Rice and FAU here in Boca Raton. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Build it, price it, own it. Shoppers and John Deere makes it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the John Deere tractor of your dreams. Number 1, go to shoppers at sfstractor.com. Select the John Deere tractor you want, add the attachments you need. Number 2, select your terms, see the price along with monthly payments, and apply for financing. Number 3, buy your John Deere tractor from Shoppers, and Shoppers will deliver it for free. Shoppers makes it that easy to purchase your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. Only at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
No one wants to fight the traffic to and from the stadium or arena. You don't have to when you go Win. Win Transportation. Enjoy the game, not fight the traffic. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable group transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans, giving your trip an extra special touch. So when it's game time, remember, all you need is Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Rice Owls and the FAU Owls here in the Little Woodrose broadcast booth. I'm J.P. Heath with Nate Griffin. I guess we had a little more room than I thought, but we're about as close. I could reach around and touch your right shoulder, I think, right now. As Milo Hamilton used to say, the boarding house reach. But we're close confines here, but what a view we have and you were on the field pregame doing our pregame preview. And the rain has moved south and down the coast. We can see water from here. We've got a perfect view, but it looks like we'll have clear sailing, so to speak, the rest of this one weather-wise.
Yeah, as tight ends coach Jim Jackson said, talking on the field, he said, if you've lived in Florida for any amount of time, it rains every day. Yeah. But it comes in, it rains, and it goes away, and that's what we were experiencing during that chat down on the field, JP.
How about this one? Rice after a bye week, FAU after a bye week, both at different spots of how they feel about themselves, with the Florida Atlantic Owls having lost their last 3 games, but Rice just getting to rest some bumps and bruises, but really that bye week came at a great time for Coach Bloomgren's team too.
Could not have come at a better time. There's a lot of guys who needed to get some rest. After playing as tough as they played physically, they got a chance to get that rest, and that was obviously very important for this Rice. And they played so well against UAB. And when you bully a team like they bullied UAB, you need some rest, and they got it.
How about the big fella, Blake Banish, the outspoken young guy? I look forward to hearing from him for years to come. Big fella, got the chance to talk to him, and the times I've talked to him, very outgoing guy. He doesn't hold back his words, does he?
He is comical. He is fiery. He is all of that. He's also very, very smart. And, right now, things are coming together for Blake Banish.
The main thing that sticks out to me is our connection as we got. Both sides of the ball is really in the locker room we're best friends, we're brothers. So that's my favorite part. That's the biggest thing I've seen that's different this year compared to last year. And that just makes a world of difference. Playing together, practicing together, living together, basically. So,
speaking of living, I would assume that there's a level of comfort with you. You're from Meadville. You don't have to go very far. You want to go to school.
Yes, sir. Being, like you said, being real close, it's real nice. I get to go home on the weekends whenever I want, and then see my family, see my little siblings all the time. So it's real nice, real comfortable. Houston's my home, so I love it here.
Talk about that win over UAB. You guys have had a bye week. You've had a chance to kind of heal and relax a little bit.
Yeah, and that was huge, Beating those, as Coach Bloom would say, those bullies 2 years in a row, sure does feel good, A
lot of leadership along that defensive line. You're coming on strong now. There's a big guy along that defensive line. People look at you now and say, whoa.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of leadership. Isaiah Floyd, DeBron Carroll, those have been my 2 assistant coaches to Coach Calhoun pretty much. They helped me learn a lot, and I have learned a lot from this past year. So just with them two, their help, I don't know where I would be if I didn't have them. So they're awesome dudes.
Is it fun working alongside Coach Calhoun?
Oh my God, that's my favorite person in the world. I love him. He's amazing. He makes football fun every day.
What do you know about these Owls, the FAU Owls?
I know they're a good team. So we're gonna have to come out with our A game, but. I'm positive that we come out, play the way we should, we shouldn't have a problem.
All right, well, let's get out the field for a minute. So, Bradley Rosner is from Meadville, and I understand he's a few years older than you are. What's his nickname?
There's a couple. I call him Grandpa. Sometimes he walks around like hunched over like a grandpa, and shoot, I think I was in the 8th grade when he graduated. So, it's funny. It's funny messing around with him, joking around. So, call him Grandpa or Mr. Rosner, so you got to learn.
You call him Mr. Rosner.
Yeah, I learned to respect my elders, so
Was he any influence at all in you coming to Rice?
Oh yeah, actually, I was here for I think it was a spring game my senior year, or into my junior year, and I talked to him, and I didn't really know him that much when because he wasn't in high school when I was in high school, but a lot of my friends from high school or Meadville did. But I talked to him on the sideline. He's like, "Man, I love it. You're gonna love it. We got a special thing coming." And shoot, he wasn't wrong. So
very good, very good. He is Blake Banish. I am Nate Griffin, and you're listening to Rice Football on Learfield.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out, because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear, because I'm grilling up dinner. Did you get it?
Yes, good job.
So, what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container, because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha, 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, that's buzzed. Oh, yeah? Yeah, he's starting with the whoops.
And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy. Me too.
Know your buzz warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from ITSA and the Ad Council.
To your children's eyes to see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating world.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
The Rice Owls and the FAU Owls here in sunny Boca Raton. I guess somewhat partly cloudy Boca Raton right now. I'm JP Heath with Nate Griffin. A reminder, we're in the booth as well on the Owls Facebook and YouTube pages. Let's look at these scores around Conference USA and college football. A service of Doubletree by Hilton Medical Center. These scores. Nate will have the top 25 wins in a second, but around Conference USA, they have the old rivalry, 100 Miles of Hate. Western Kentucky at Middle Tennessee. And it's the Hilltoppers winning in Murfreesboro right now. Third quarter score early on in that second half, 14-10. The guys in red, the Hilltoppers, leading at Middle Tennessee. Charlotte really needing a win. How about this? Late third quarter, Charlotte winning at UAB 14-13. UAB had that blowout win against Middle Tennessee last week, but Charlotte hanging tough with them. Just one win on the season. It's halftime up at Apogee Stadium in Denton, and North Texas leads Louisiana Tech by 27-17 score. Both those teams coming up on the Owls schedule. La Tech next week over there in the cozy hamlet of Ruston. And UTSA blew out FIU about 60 miles down the road at Silva Stadium in Miami. UTSA 30 and FIU 10. The Roadrunners have won 4 games in a row. Looking at American Conference action from last night, Navy had a late push, but SMU beat Navy at Ford Stadium in Dallas 40-34. SMU is now at 3-3 on the season. UCF walloped Temple last night 70-13, and at the half, Tulane is leading on the other coast. Tulane is leading at South Florida by 17-14 count. Mr. Griffin, a lot of Big 12 ranked and interesting top 25 games as well.
There's a whole lot. One I'm going to give to you right now. At the half, it is Tennessee leading Alabama 28-20. Yes, sir. Ole Miss, they, what'd you say, dump truck? They dump truck Auburn 48-34. Right now, number 1, Georgia leading Vanderbilt by the score of 31-0. Oklahoma State leading TCU 27-13. Kansas losing to Oklahoma 52-42. There is another big game. I need to give you that one very quickly once I find it here. It's got to be Texas, because today Texas, what do they do? They did go ahead and they knocked off Iowa State, but it was a tough one for them. That score, 24-21. And also Oklahoma State leading TCU, just gave you that one, 27-13. Let's see, what other scores of note that we need to give you? I think that's all we need to do right now, JP.
Those are the big ones. It's also the old Owls rivals inside Conference USA in the Sun Belt. Old Dominion won at Coastal Carolina today by a 49-21 count. And Texas State, the Sun Belt, leading Troy in the third quarter 14-10. Southern Miss hosting Arkansas State later on tonight. Marshall fell against Louisiana. Thursday night action. Nate was texting me about this line. You're seeing this? And Louisiana beat Marshall at Edwards Stadium in Huntington 23-13. One former rival of the past, Marshall, and another team that the Owls ended the longest winning streak in the nation, Louisiana. Stay tuned. Coming up more here from the Little Widows broadcast booth with Nate and Walter and Bob. I'm JP. And we will have a chat with Dunleavy family head football coach Mike Bloomberg when the Houston Methodist pregame show continues. This is Rice Football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible, sweet, berry. Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the Talking Spokes Oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char-grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 West Hyber. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, RiceOwls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of a game week at Acme Oyster House.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Kickoff is moments away, which means it's time for a visit with Rice head football coach Mike Bloomgren. Brought to you by Yingling Flight. Raise the bar with the next generation of light beer. Now, alongside the coach, here's JP.
From sunny South Florida, it's the chat with Mike Bloomgren, Dunleavy family head coach for Rice Owls, brought to you by Yingling Flight, next generation of light beer. Nothing like coming back to the home state, Coach. Some nice weather for you, huh?
It is. It's beautiful down here, as per usual.
So talk about the off week, really coming at the right time after that bullyish win against UAB.
Yeah, you know, you look at our depth chart and you see a lot of guys that some new faces, but certainly all the same guys that played against UAB are going to be out here. Or at least the bulk of them. And, you know, all those starters are back, and that just makes us in a very comfortable place. And more than them being back and ready to go and able to go, like the way that they exploded in practice, the tempo that we looked like we were running at on Monday was just exciting to me.
You mentioned during the week really wanting the road win. Obviously, you want to win every one, but what are the dynamics that go on? Obviously, besides the obvious, the travel, but getting a road win would do a lot to keep this team's confidence up with it.
Oh, it would. You know, the more we win, the more our confidence grows and grows and grows. And there's a couple things at play here. One is getting that road win. Like, it's the new trick for this team right now. We haven't done it this year. So that'll be a big deal. But also for us, like, just being able to stay the course, right, and to allow our confidence to keep growing, the better and better we play. And, you know, we've come back in some situations that maybe we couldn't have done in the past, and that's great to have that tool in our belt. Now, the next step for us is being able to start fast and play a complete game, and that's really what we're all in search of today.
Yeah, speaking of fast, Willie Taggart's bunch play as consistently fast as you've played. I know it's no trick going against it, but do they play the fastest?
You talking about the tempo or the players? Yeah. I mean, the answer is probably yes. Yeah, I mean, there's great athletes on that field, and they are going at a remarkably fast tempo after earned first downs. That's what you see is their ability to jump the ball, and Coach Smith has done a good job preparing our guys for that all week.
Todd Orlando's defense, a lot of post-snap movement. Coach Davis was telling me during the week. What is that like going against that?
Yeah, I think, you know, we played a lot of people that have been that way this year. I feel like half of our games have either been against stagnant groups that are going to kind of stay and play, or the ones that are going to be very movement-based. And in the past this year, Coach Orlando's group has been very movement-based, and whether it's coming out of a 3-down front or a 4-down front, and I expect that to continue today.
talk about their skill players on the offensive side with Perry and company.
Yeah, N'Kosi Perry, right? Like we've talked about him at length this week, recruited by everybody in America, it seems like, ended up choosing the University of Miami, ended up being their starter, and now he's in his second year here, and he seems like he's getting more and more comfortable. We can't allow him to be comfortable today. That's a big key for us, is not letting him get comfortable, not letting him affect the game with his legs, and not letting him have time to sit back there and pat the ball and throw.
Fifth straight start for your guy, TJ McMahon. Have you seen him grow in the off week? Is it too early in his starting stretch for that to give him anything but health, or what do you need to foresee from him?
No, I don't think so, because he took it very seriously. Like, TJ is preparing. That's part of his magic, is the way he prepares like a coach, the way he lives in the facility and is studying film. So I think just like we feel more comfortable as coaches this week going into this game, I think he does as well. I think he's very comfortable with the looks he's going to see and how he's going to handle them and manipulate them today. So I'm excited to watch TJ perform.
And lastly, Coach, some keys to a good Owls win here today.
Yeah, I think for us, like, it's belief and trust. And those aren't the tangible, like, this group versus this group things that we often talk about. But it's belief that we can come out here and play our kind of football and win this game on the road. And it's trusting ourselves to do it and our teammates around us to do their 1/11 to make sure that happens.
It's Dunleavy family head football coach for Rice Owls, Mike Bloomberg. Stay tuned. Coming up next, more here. This is Rice Football from Learfield.
Rice fans need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's houstonplaza.hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Build it, price it, own it. Go online and see Shoppers and John Deere's new way to get a John Deere tractor just the way you want it. Google Shoppers John Deere and let your John Deere tractor story begin. Build the tractor you want with the attachments you need to get your work done. Price it, no hidden costs, and financing options available for any budget. Own it, and Shoppers will deliver your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. It's Shoppers' new way to get the John Deere tractor you want your way. Shoppers, all things John Deere.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network, now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
Look at our Houston Methodist injury report, Nate Griffin. Owls relatively good coming back from things, using the bye week to get ready. I know Tyson Thompson might be limited on the offensive side, but the Owls on the offensive line have their guys ready to go. And on the defensive side, everybody is back that was expected to be back. On the offensive side, I didn't mention Cedric Patterson is still out for the Owls, but he has been out for the whole season. But good to have this part of the season, a fresh lineup out there.
It really is. And I know I saw a couple of guys in boots at practice earlier this week, which, you know, you kind of wonder if it's just for a day or so. But as long as they are dressed out today, one of those guys I saw in the boot was Trey Schumann, so I'm hoping that he's okay and ready to go today. They're going to need him. So as long as they're ready to go, they should be fine.
Stay tuned. Starting lineup, opening kick coming up next. Rice and FAU here just off the coast in sunny South Florida. This is Rice Football from Learfield.
What do you do when you need safe, reliable team transportation? You go Win. Win Transportation is one of the largest group transportation providers in Texas, a leader in charters, shuttles, and special events of all sizes. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable team transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, mini buses, and vans. So, for safe, reliable team transportation, do like the Owls and go Win. Book GOWYNNE.com.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Hey y'all, this is Michael Felder, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way through the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your favorite podcast. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archived coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify.
After a week off resting up from bully ball, the Owls turn their attention to the road today. But first, one quick snippet recapping that UABW quarterback TJ Mcmahon on the growth of this team.
Yeah, we're down 10 at halftime. Most of the time in the past, we'd hang our heads and be like, okay, we're done. This year we decided, you know what, screw that, we're going out, we're going to win this game.
Linebacker Chris Conti has been up on the Owls' tackle chart list this season. He certainly recharged during the bye week.
I think the bye week's a great time to regroup and re-energize, all the hurt guys getting back to how they feel, and I think it's a good time to reload midway through the season.
And it's off to South Florida this week. It's the last opponent in Conference USA, believe it or not, that Mike Newgren had not faced. And he knew eventually they'd have to leave Space City.
We understand what a great challenge it's going to be for us this weekend, but at the same time, we're doing what we do. We're worried about us. And that's exactly how we want it to be. The new trick for us that we're trying to get done is to find a way to go on the road and win a game, earn a win. So that's the challenge we present to our guys. It's the first time we played outside the city of Houston in 5 weeks. So it's been nice to be home for a while, or at least in the city.
Owls and the Owls, Rice and FAU. I dragged Nate, Bob, and Walter off the beach. And what do you say we knock out a broadcast from sunny South Florida? That is next.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield. Welcome to live play-by-play coverage of Owls football.
At the pass is Constantine looking deep down the left side. Strike pass, he catches 25, puts it to 10, just like that. Touchdown, Rice Owls.
Owls football is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University and Houston for over 100 years. Carbach Brewing Company. Carbach, it's crafted for fun. And by The Parking Spot. The Parking Spot. We have airport parking.
McCaffrey back at quarterback. Snap, fake, roll out to the short side, right, walk the ball, get in the end zone, touchdown, Rice Owls. Lane takes the snap, fakes to Myers, nothing there, right, goes over the middle, caught, it's caught, touchdown, Rice Owls.
Now, let's head inside the stadium alongside Nate Griffin. Here's the voice of the Owls, J.P. Heath.
From sunny South Florida, it's the Rice Owls and the FAU Owls. We know which one we'd like to be flying home with a win tonight from FAU Stadium. It's been a while since we've been here. I am J.P. Heath, just 1.8 miles from the coast here. The rain has passed. A couple hours ago, there was a nice pop-up shower that blew through here. But all looks to be good right now. Rice coming into this one, licking their wounds, so to speak, and getting freshed up after that tough grind-out bully win against UAB. Owls 3-2 on the season, and they're 1-0 in league play. And FAU on the downslide. They have lost their last 3 games. They are 2-4 on the season, joined by friend and broadcast cohort Nate Griffin. Man, it has been a while since we have been here, and we'll be coming back here a lot more once these two teams go to the American Athletic Conference next year. But good to be here. Owls looking to take on the Owls here.
It really is good to be here, and I can tell you that this is a much different team than last season. So they have us for their homecoming game. I don't know if that was a mistake or what the case may be, but I tell you what, I think that these Owls are certainly up for the challenge. I'll put it out there. I think that these Owls are certainly up for the challenge. One thing I want to point out is that their captain is a quarterback, Kosi Perry. He's in his 6th season. He's pretty good. But I think when you look at these Rice Owls, I think they're up for the challenge, especially after UAB. They have a lot more confidence now. They just want to add one more notch to their confidence level.
Owls captains out there, Trey Schumann, Shea Baker, George Nyakwal, Josh Piercy, and T.J. Young and Latrell Jean out there for the FAU Owls. At the referee going through the coin description here on the FAU logo here at Howard Schnellenberger Field. It's the second time that the Owls of Rice have played here.
FAU, you won the coin toss. What do you like to do? Defer to the second half. You want the ball. Which way do you want to kick? This way. Spin around for me.
So FAU has won the toss.
Has won the toss. Elected to defer to the second half. Rice will receive at this end zone. Let's come out, have a great game.
Rice wearing their road whites. They have the silver helmets and the blue pants, and FAU from the knee up to the shoulder there in blue, and they have the red headgear. Nate, Owls have the ball first. How about I'm gonna jump the line in front of you like we're up the road at Disney World. Scoring first and scoring often for the Owls. Their defense has been solid, but I think they really need to get their offense going when they have the football.
They really do. And Mike Bloomgren before the game said that we want to come out and play fast, and of course that's going to depend on TJ McMahon today. So if they come out and play fast offensively, you know what they need to do defensively. Let's get some pressure right now on the Kosi Perry. I think that pressure will bring about a lot of turnovers, if you will, today for the Rice Owls. They come out fast, it's going to be a really good game.
Here are the starters in front of TJ McMahon. The left tackle is Clay Servin from Pierce High School in the Dallas Metroplex. His 31st consecutive start. Leader on the offense, Trey Philippi at left guard. Shea Baker, the center. Isaac Clarkowski, his second straight start at right guard. Ethan Onianwa, the prodigy, the redshirt freshman from Cinco Ranch High School in Katy, is the right tackle. Expect Bradley Rosner out wide, along with Isaiah Esdale, who turned 25 years young on Thursday, and Luke McCaffrey also out there. Expect Jack Bradley, among others, to be at tight end for the blue and gray, and Ari Broussard among the running backs for the Rice Owls. The FAU defense coming up here in just a second, but they're coming off a loss at North Texas 45-28, where they gave up 300 yards rushing, and that is huge for the Owls. They've been able to rush it well inside the 20 in the red zone, but the Owls have not had those long sustaining drives, and a lot of analytics folks will tell you, well, it doesn't matter as long as you put points on the board. But I think the Owls Rice will have to get some sustained rushing ground done here today.
No question, but I think they can. I think when you look at the Rice Owls, they're ranked 18th in the nation on fourth down conversions. They're ranked 27th in the nation on third down conversions. So you're looking at a team, that knows how to get the ball and how to make some conversions. When you're talking about the Rice Owls, they can certainly get it done.
Reminder, there are a lot of ways you can take us in here. We're on the Varsity Network app, the Rice Owls Game Day app, riceowls.com, and we are butt to gut up here in the booth. We are squeezed in and buttered up. Good thing we're friends up here in the close, cozy confines here in the press facilities here. You can watch us in the Owls Facebook and YouTube stream as well. It's being kicked off by Mr. Carter Davis, and it comes near sideline, and it goes out of bounds. Jim Ottaviano coming to near pylon, and it went out of bounds at the 5-yard line. So the Owls should get this one up to the 35. See what they discuss, officials talking about it. The flag came in. That meant the ball went out first, but we'll see here. We think.
Moving on the field is a kick out of bounds. When the returner caught the ball, his foot was on the out of bounds line.
There you go. Those words of wisdom from Rory Bernard, so they should bring it out to the
35-yard line, first down.
Yes, indeed, 35-yard line. We gave you the Owl starters, TJ McMahon at quarterback, fifth straight start. Longest for the Owls since Sean Stankavage, old Stank, had many starts in a row. He had 7 starts in a row in 2017. We'll start to give you the starters on the FAU defense after this first snap. It starts at the 35, right to left here, 1.8 miles off the beach. Owls have Bradley, the tight end, squatting left side. Shotgun snap, play action. And Mcmahon standing tall, going deep left side, long at the number is at the 40, incomplete for Isaiah Esdale as the safety Adams was in coverage. 2nd and 10 to 35. That defense under Todd Orlando, who has had swims through Houston, USC, and Texas, but now here in Boca. Bradley, Gene, Hawthorne, and Joseph on the defensive line, but they're getting the big fella Anderson back this week. Kraku from Mayberry, Georgia, one linebacker, along with McCray. Their safety Rover, almost doubling the next nearest guy in tacklers. He is a stud. You got Toombs and Adams at safety. Antoine and Mungan are the corners. McCaffrey in motion, just starting this one, 6 seconds in. Here's the snap. They roll the pocket to the right side, and McMahon hit as he flings the ball forward across the body. Incomplete at the 35-yard line. A flag comes in, and this will most likely be a hold against the Rice Owls.
Yeah, not good at all. You saw TJ actually rolling out to his right looking for a receiver. But what they do, FAU, they have a lot of movement in their defense. Let's see the calls.
Holding. Offense. Number 78. That penalty declined. Result of the play, 3rd down.
That's on Ethan Onyanwa. Of course, holding is a spot foul. So we'll see where they mark this one from. It'll be 3rd down.
The penalty is accepted. On the offense, number 78. 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
Words from Mr. Bernard. It should be a 3rd down and 20 coming up, we would see. 2nd down and 20. Check that. Have to get up near Palm Beach to get that first down. But this is an FAU defense. They give up 29 points per game, 4th in the conference, and 415 yards per game. That is bottom 30 in the country.
But as you mentioned, what they do, they move around a lot pre-snap. And so they had a deep safety to drop back and took away the passing lanes for TJ. So he's going to have to really, really watch and read that defense really well today.
Got Kobe Campbell in as a stack receiver to the right. 2nd down and 20, 25, right to left, Rice Owls. McMahon slings it right side and almost picked at the 40, incomplete. Going to Esdale again on that right side. Smoke Mungan went down, but he could not pick it up off that natural surface. 20 seconds in, and it's scoreless. Rice and FAU. 3rd down and a mile from the 25.
One thing we know about FAU, they're top 7th in the nation for defensive touchdowns. So you want to be careful where you throw that football today for TJ McMahon. They're very, very aggressive, especially in their secondary.
And DC, Todd Orlando, USC, Texas, Houston Cougar stops. Owls of Rice, right to left. 3rd down and 20. Ball's at the 25. Owls have not had a yard yet. Shotgun snap to McMahon. Back to pass. Looking right, looking middle. Gets bumped, and he is dropped. Good play, surging up the middle. And the block was not able to be held for an 8-yard setback there. Trey Filippi got beat on the inside. They had a young guy, Kraku, on that sack to drop it back. The Owls only went backwards. 4th down and 26.
Well, I certainly think you can tell the Owls want to come out fast today. They want to throw the ball because they think that they can compete against the secondary. But there's also some areas out there in the intermediate part of the field where the linebackers lay, and certainly they want to try to complete some passes.
Wester back to receive this punt from Hunt, and it's a very short punt that bounces at midfield. Wester comes and takes a little curlicue turn away from the Owls' oncoming special teams member. Then good job by the Owls on special teams. Ciano coming down to make that tackle at the 45-yard line. So they got a decent coverage out of nothing. A 37-yard punt, only a 1-yard return by Wester. And it'll be FAU ball when we come back. Rice nothing, and FAU coming up. 13:50 first quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
You've got a lot going on, so how do you find time to take care of you? At Houston Methodist, we work around your busy life. There's same-day primary care appointments, online scheduling to see our world-class specialists, access to all your records through MyChart, and video visits 24/7 if you need urgent care. Bringing you Houston Methodist's expertise wherever, whenever you need it.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. My Fit Foods. Give a fit.
Rice Owls and the FAU Owls here in Boca Raton. To get to the starting lineups now on the FAU side of things. On the offense, Nkosi Perry, Miami Hurricanes transfer, is the starting quarterback. 6'4", 198 grad senior. Threw for 295 yards 2 weeks ago in Denton. The tight end, when they use one, they don't use the tight end Paisley a lot, but more of a blocking guy out there. Bordner, the left tackle. Right tackle is named Chaz Neal, Florida State transfer. Marquise Robinson from Decatur, Alabama. The right guard, left guard is Dorian Hinton. Nick Weber, W-E-B-E-R, is the center from Coral Springs, Florida. I mentioned Paisley as the tight end. Main receivers are Wester and Burton. They also work Posey in there. And Mcmahon, the running back, averaging 86 yards rushing a game, 6.1 yards per carry. He can tote that note. And Ford and Mobley works in there more than Ford. Ford hasn't played the last couple weeks. He's been very sparingly. Rice Owls defense coming up in just a second. It can only get better for the Owls offense from here as they went only backwards in that first series. 13:50. We're in a scoreless first quarter. FAU's first drive of the game. They're in their all blues, red headgear. The white sweat towel dangling and blowing with the wind in front of Perry as he stands in the shotgun with the red headgear and his hands together as he puts his guy in motion, McCammon. They got a four receiver set, twins both ways. The snap, quick smoke screen right side is caught by Wester, turning it up the sideline. Got bumped by Taylor 60 miles down the road. His high school goal over Prep, and that went 7 yards. Conti helping out on that tackle. They give him 8 yards on that play. 2nd and 2 inside the Owls territory.
Yeah, McCammon actually averages about 87 yards a game. He's only had 2 100-yard games in his career.
In motion, Wester, the snap, give right side to McCammon, spinning away from an attempted tackle from Floyd, and Chamberlain comes in there to play the run, and they drop him for a loss on the play back to the 50. So 3rd down and 5 coming up. That Rice defense. Iken Inachuku, DeBraylon Carroll, Isaiah Floyd, and Josh Piercy on the line. Morrison Conti, the backers, the Viper backer, the Owls big stud, had a 4-yard fumble return for a touchdown against UAB 2 weeks ago. Chamberlain, Iqual Taylor, the safeties, Dunbar and Fresh are the corners. Snap, rolling right, throwing deep down the right sideline, incomplete, right side the 25. Great high athletic catch made by Edred. Covered there over on the sideline by Morrison, but incomplete. 4th down and 5. UAB has not run out the special teams unit just yet, though.
Yeah, they've got a lot of guys that they go to in regards to receivers. They have Webster, Burton, Posey, Johnson, Alexander, and Edrin, as you just saw, and they're quick. And I think they are doing that now, JP.
And number 11, who was previously number 11, is now number 9. Is reporting for this play.
10 seconds to snap it here as they did bring the special teamers on late. Riley Thompson from Mentone, Australia, as the neon yellow cleats there. Gets the deep snap from Marino. No relation. Snap. Backspin punt coming down here to Fresh. He takes it as the wind kind of slapped that down to the 10-yard line and pins it inside the 20 for an 11th time this year. Thompson's really good at that. It went for a 40-yard punt, and so the Owls will bring it right to left. 12:43. We've already had 2 scoreless possessions starting this one, and Rice with it back. 1st and 10.
Nerves. Just got to settle down. TJ McMahon just needs to settle down. Was talking with Coach Tui last night. Same thing against UAB. Said we just need to settle him down. And in the second half, he came out and played like a champ. So I think that's what you're going to see today. Just settle him down, get that first series underneath his belt. And so now, let's see what happens.
Owls will be 1st and 10. They will have McMahon coming under center right now. Offset eye behind him. Looks out to the right. McCaffrey, the one receiver to the right. I haven't seen Rosner yet. The snap, hand right side. And it'll be Broussard turning his way around the left hash. And he gets shoved to the left. Peyton Stevenson there in the Owls receiving core there. Goes for 5 yards up the middle. Take your pick. Look like Gene, the first FAU Owl to hit him. 2nd down and 5 to 15.
Yeah, it's good to see that the Rice Owls can also run against this team. We saw what happened with them in previous matchups. with other teams this year. Once again, they've given up 300 yards so total offense. So when you can run against a team like this is a good team, good thing for Rice.
There's the grandpa, Bradley Rosner, as Blake Manish was joking with him, joking with Nate before the game. Receiver going in motion is McCaffrey. I formation behind McMahon. Nothing from the 15. Second down at 5. Straight handoff left side, and it is Broussard cutting it back to the right, meeting the big belly of Gene. And Munga in the corner comes up to play that run. Got a couple, maybe 3, setting up a third down and a short 3 coming up near the 17.
So FAU does the same thing that UAB does. They talk a lot of trash once the play is over. They want to try to intimidate you. That's the kind of defense you're looking at here. Todd Orlando, as you mentioned earlier, he's had stops in several places, one of those being University of Houston. And I remember how aggressive his defense was then.
Rosner and Broussard out to the left. It's empty. 5 wide, right to left, scoreless. Almost 4 minutes in. Rice, third down and 3 at their own 17-yard line. Shotgun, McMahon takes the snap of the knees. Right-handed throw, throws right, caught by McCaffrey, right past the chains. Made the catch, the big stick, the oohs and the ahs, and the smack talk from Smoke Mungan, but to no avail, a gain of 5, and a Rice Owls first down up to the 22 on that right hand.
Well, Smoke Mungan is one of the smallest defensive backs you'll see in college football, but he's also one of the strongest and one of the fastest. He's 5'9", 162 out of Tampa. 22 tackles on the season. He's got a tackle for loss and a sack. This guy's very aggressive, and you have to be when you're that size.
You got walking in the neighborhood, you got those yippee chihuahuas. Yep. They always have the biggest bark.
That's him.
Shotgun is McMahon. First and 10. 10:38 to go. Campbell in motion. Snap and a fake to Montgomery left side. Throwing it down the right hash. It's caught by Rosner, the 50. Cutting it middle of field, the 30. No flags on the play. Bradley Rosner coasting on the left side. A 78-yard touchdown for the Rice Owls. The hookup from T.J. McMahon to the grandpa. Bradley Rosner, Mr. Bradley Rosner. Rice leads 6-0.
On a post route, and you saw Rosner get behind the defender. He had to make the catch by the defender's helmet, but he was able to get it done, pull the ball through the defender, and was able to get to the end zone. Didn't have to run full speed. Those long legs at 6'5" took him into the end zone.
A career-long hookup for McMahon throwing and Rosner receiving of 78 yards. And the Rice Owls have the lead. CVS, Christian Van Sickle with the PAT try coming up. It's put down by the aforementioned Mr. McMahon. And the PAT try is up, and it is good. Rice 7 and FAU nothing. 10:24 this first quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the talking spokes oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is sleeping. We oysters like our pets. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you've got to park. The Parking Spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the Parking Spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
And they're solid up front. They're physical. They do a good job moving the line of scrimmage, and they're going to run the ball and set up the throws down the field. So the quarterback has experience. He's a transfer and very talented. He can make all the throws, and also he's a good runner. So we got to contain him in the pocket, and hopefully we can keep him from running and hurting us with his feet as well.
Owls defensive coordinator Brian Smith telling me this week the strengths of the FAU offense. His Rice defense about to be back out there, but it's Mr. Bradley Rosner getting the Owls on the board first.
Got it done in 4 plays, 90 yards. Took a minute 19. The 78-yard strike from T.J. McMahon to Bradley Rosner. He coasted into the end zone. Didn't even run full speed.
He, about the last 15, 20 yards,
yeah.
He had such pull away from the corner Antoine there and shook him off, and he fell down kind of muscled him off with that strength and that long hurdler stride. He kept going.
There's no real need to risk pulling a hamstring if you could just run it to the end zone and just kind of jog in there. As tall as he is, 6'5", he's got a long stride, if you will, and certainly we saw it that time.
Yeah, a career-long hookup. Both the pass for McMahon, 78. The other long previous to that for both of them was a McMahon to Rosner catch earlier this year. Remember that first play of the second half earlier this year.
75 yards.
75-yarder. That's the 4th touchdown catch of the season for Rosner and his 9th career touchdown grab for McMahon, his 10th touchdown passing of the season. And it's about to be kicked off by the big-legged Hawaiian there, Tim Van Horn. Again, not saying I told you so, but one of our Adidas Earn Your Stripe keys was scoring fast and scoring early so the Owls could play from behind and not try to play catch-up.
Yeah, I think we both knew that after talking to Mike Bloomberg. He's been saying it all along. Need to really get out early, and I think it helps TJ's confidence once the Owls do that. You don't want him questioning whether or not the plays, the right plays to call or what have you. He's getting out there and making plays, and certainly that's what we saw, that long touchdown catch.
78-yarder putting Rice up. Horn about ready to kick this one. He is a right-footed kicker, approaches the ball on the right hash, and the rest of his 10 special teams unit guys charge down there now. And Wester waves his hand emphatically with that fair catch. Actually, Jason Platt back there. He made that fair catch signal, so they'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. Rice 7 and FAU nothing. Just really getting going here. Not even 5 minutes into this game.
Really are, and I think now, the nerves on both sides have sort of settled down. Really curious to see how Willie Taggart is going to coach this team. We know that he's a pretty special guy. He played quarterback in Western Kentucky, set the records there, and certainly, he's got a quarterback that can execute as well as he'd like.
Yeah, Mike Bloomgren during the week called him the third Harbaugh child with his strong connections to Stanford, Jim Harbaugh, and Jack Harbaugh, Western Kentucky. Snapping a handoff to the left side, and Johnny Ford getting his first carry in a couple of weeks. Slides his way to the left and back to the right. Or was that 3? That could have been 3 McKinnon. I thought that was a 5. We're up here 6 stories up. Yes, indeed. Apologize. That was 3. Larry McCammon, Jr. from Birmingham, Alabama. 86 rushing yards per game. Got 4 yards left side. Second down at 6, and they want to play some tempo here. And Gene putting the tight end Boatwright in motion. He was banged up early in the season. Snap play action. Rolling to the right. Perry throws across the body, but it's knocked incomplete by Conti at the 30-yard line. Chris got his big New Jersey hand up there, slapped it down. Third down and 6 to 29.
They run a multiple offense, so they're not going to woo you with really, really big plays. They average about 7 yards a catch. So what they want to try to do is 1, 2, 3 first down, 1, 2, 3 first down, and just try to wear you down.
With Nate Griffin, I'm JP Heath. Bob Schlanger also here on the stats and the spotting. Walter Donaldson here engineering. Snap. And the design quarterback draw. First down to 30, 35. Actually had to get to the 35. He still got that first down. The line of scrimmage was the 34. But he met head-to-head with the Owls underneath there for Inachuku. Again of 7 and a first down, middle of the field. And they're going to go tempo again. The right-handed center Weber has hand on the ball already. Perry ready to receive this snap. Hands out in front. He's got his right wrist taped. Play action. They run it in Inachuku. Perry comes back, and Inachuku still makes the tackle. He hit the handoff guy, what he thought. And then he had the quickness to go back, Nate, and hit Perry, bring him down at the 40. That's an amazing play.
Called a spin move.
Wow.
Nice spin move by Kenna, and he was able to get to the quarterback for the play.
They go fast again. Snap thrown left side. It is dropped by Wester. Their leading receiver could not hold it at the 39-yard line. They're trying to set up a screen, and they slid right. Fresh was over there, so was Conti, but third down, and they'll need 6 here from their own 40. Left to right, FAU. Rice leads 7-0, 6 minutes in.
Rice House doing a nice job. They're actually dropping non-quals, so they have guys up right now playing the run because of what the quarterback has done the last couple of plays. Design quarterback runs, which will keep you on your toes, if you will.
Got ahead of myself earlier there, but Ford is in there at running back right now. I'd missed a couple weeks. Snap. Pressure comes from the end. He's hit hard and sacked. Good job by Josh Pierce. He takes the bow to the right sideline as they brought down Nkosi Perry. How about the end 2 weeks ago against UAB? Josh Piercy had two sacks in the final 3 plays. He starts out strong here. A loss of 10 yards, and FAU has to punt.
Pretty incredible when you consider UAB was desperate to score, but so was the Rice Owls defense desperate to get some stops. They got to stop that time to stop the drive there before FAU.
Owls defense, the second fewest yards allowed in Conference USA. They get their 13th sack of the season, also second in Conference USA. Right-legged punter, the Australian Thompson, punts it deep to Fresh to his right, and it skitters down that sideline to the right of Fresh there, and an extra 13, 14 yards down to the 11. Fresh has to be saying, you got to be kidding me, a 49-yard punt. The last 16 yards of that were hugging inside the yard mark. They're down that sideline. That's unbelievable rolling. You could not roll it down there any better.
That's called practice. That's called a whole lot of practice and a whole lot of talent. And, that works against the Owls, but we also have seen the Owls, as we saw with the last drive, they made the big play, the 76-yard touchdown catch, 78-yard touchdown catch, I'm sorry. And so, look, we'll take a chance when you do this.
Rice 7 and FAU nothing. 8:17 first quarter. Back after this, it's Rice football from Learfield.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your one-stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy, keep going, man. There's a saying last year from Jay Constantine, keep hammering. I've adopted a little bit, but I mean, in those situations, our defense did a good job. And as an offense, we said, hey, we didn't play our best first half, but there's another half for us to play. Let's go help out the defense and put up some points and score more than the other guys. And I think we did that, and it also showed our resilience. That's something we've been talking about for a while. Years past, I don't think we come back from that game. We're down 10 at halftime. Most of the time in the past, we'd hang our heads and be like, okay, we're done. This year we said, you know what, screw that. We're going out. We're going to win this game.
TJ McMahon, when I asked him this week about what it meant to win an ugly game like UAB, it was an ugly first try for the Owls. They only went, 10, 15 yards backwards, some of that penalties, but then they struck back, and then the defense had a big third down sack, and Rice leads 7-0, and we're not even halfway through this opening quarter.
Well, I think when you look at what they're doing right now, it kind of gives you a clue about how the game went last week as well. As has been pointed out by Bobby, 85 yards total offense for the Rice Owls and a touchdown, and FAU only has 11. So the defense is playing extremely well right now, and that's what has to continue.
With Nate, I'm JP. Appreciate you tuning in. Rice football this season brought to us by Karbach Brewing Company. You can catch us in the booth on the Rice YouTube and Facebook pages. And Rice starting at its own 11. They gave an extra yard somehow when they spotted it. Now they start the drive. We're not complaining because it works out for Rice. 8:17 first quarter. Clock stopped as McMahon is under center. I formation behind him. Montgomery the back. It's pitched to him. Big Cam shifts his way up the middle and careful there. The big fella squatting down on him. All 356 of Evan Anderson. They say they don't play him that big in the Stratford district where Montgomery came from a few years ago, but still they got 2 yards, second down and 8. And there's a down FAU Owl that's on the field right now.
Can't really tell who that is. It looks to be Eddie Williams is who it looks to be. And he is their roving linebacker. He's got they have to have on the field.
Yeah, he's their leading tackler. And the FAU trainers help him up now. And Willie Taggart showed some concern as well, of course, with any player, but especially your leading guy on defense. Jogs the hefty defense out to the far way. And Yes, indeed. Mr. Williams getting helped out now. Even 8 minutes left in this first quarter. Slow moving first 7 minutes of regulation so far, but we are not complaining. Rice, 86 total yards. FAU just 11 through its first 2 drives. TJ McMahon, 2 of 4 passing for 83 yards and that 78-yard tutty. What are they saying now? And
is that what it is, tutty?
That's try to be hip, right? And the Owls will have the possession. Rice Owls. I called a Rice and FAU volleyball match a couple weeks back. It took me to the fourth set to say, oh, yeah, it's the Rice Owls and the FAU Owls. Now they go. McMahon out of the gun. Montgomery going in motion in front of him. 2nd down and 8. The snap. Quick slide to the left on the pass. Montgomery cuts it up to 15. The first down near the 22, but he got stopped near this sideline. A good hit there this near way. They do give the first down. FAU's Justice Cross from Jupiter, Florida, got that friendly spot there for the Rice Owls. 8 yards of film. The Owls look to be going up tempo. Center judge says we can go. And we will. Halfway through this first quarter, Rice 7, FAU nothing. McMahon gun, silver helmet, white jersey. The blue numerals and lettering and the blue pants. McMahon, his 5th straight start today. The Anaheim, California native takes this snap and will drop back 3 steps. Looks right, goes over the middle. Caught by Rosner again to 35. Breaks 2 different tackles. And then 4 FAU Owls converge on him to make the tackle past the 40-yard line. It was Antoine helping out there with Petway, the linebacker, 19 yards to Rosner.
Yeah, remember we told you the intermediate area is the soft underbelly of that defense. So right now, the Owls are taking advantage of that. That was a nice pitch and catch by TJ and Rosner.
So already 2 catches, 97 yards for Rosner. Under the 7-minute mark, Rice leading 7-0. And McMahon up to the 40-yard line where they have the first down. Montgomery the back. Handoff to Cam. Turns his way around the right corner. 45 up to the 50. Jitterbugs runs into McCaffrey. And that kind of slowed him down a bit, but didn't dispel his spirits any as helping out on that tackle was Petway again. And a big gain into FAU territory down to the 41-yard line.
Yeah, now you're starting to see a difference in how they play and the talents of the players on this Rice football team. I'm going to tell you all about that in a little bit, but I tell you what, right now, they're moving the ball.
After the 19-yard pass, a 19-yard rush, 6 minutes to go, first quarter, Rice 7 and FAU nothing. They put McCaffrey in motion. He has not been thrown to yet. Here's the snap. McMahon, play action Broussard, looking left, lots of time. McMahon throwing over the middle, caught by Rosner again to 20. Does a little hip slide to the right, down the hashes inside the 15, and down to the 13-yard line. Bradley Rosner, have yourself a first quarter, 28 more yards for Rosner. He's already gone over 100 yards, the 8th time he's done that in his career, and the Owls have it in the red zone.
Yeah, I'm telling you, he is getting open big time. They're giving all that space in the middle of the field to Bradley Rosner right now, and so that was a huge play on a post route near side here. They got it done.
125 yards for Rosner. He almost has his career high in the first quarter. 5:16 to go in this first quarter. Rice leads 7-0. They are driving. They've been great in the red zone this year. Snap. Little shoulder fake to the left side. Design run from McMahon going to the right. He got bumped around that defensive end left side for Joseph. Going to give McMahon 4 yards there. Maybe 3 yards in near the 10. I said that just matter-of-factly. That looked like a design run from here. The shoulder fake and then scoot it right side.
I'm not sure if a block was missed and he had to take off. But I tell you what, look, it's time for number 10 now to get into the mix. Bradley Rosner just came back on the field. But one thing we're seeing here, he's having a really good time out there on the field and being able to find his receivers rather easy.
Rice 7 and FAU nothing. 4:30, clock moving in this first quarter. McMahon out of the shotgun, takes a knee-high snap, looks flat, Broussard, nothing there, goes over the middle, throws it high for Bradley, and it skitters out of bounds in the middle of that back of the end zone. Bradley was near there, covered by Williams, who came back in after getting bumped for an injury. But now 3rd down and 4. Now this is that spot here. You tell me you get 4 or 5 yards. Are you going for it on 4th down, or what? It's a 4-play drive here. What do you think here?
I think you have to go RPO here. Let's see what they do because you've got looks like Ari in the backfield there. You've got some options. They're going trips left, so you have some options here.
Rosner there with Esdale, had a birthday Thursday, and then McCaffrey as well. Broussard the back for 21, first quarter, 3rd down and 7. Back to passes, McMahon looking left, throwing back corner, looking for McCaffrey, and he gets rammed down the back of the end zone, but it is a flag. Pass interference will be called as they went to McCaffrey.
Number 22,
as the defender over there just rammed his helmet into the stomach of McCaffrey.
Number 22. The foul occurred in the end zone. By rule, the ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. Automatic first down.
That's Jaden Williams there, one of their nickelbacks in there for TJ Young, and a clear pass interference. Yeah. We could call that one from up here.
Well, defensive back never looked back for the ball. So, that's definitely clear pass interference. Is Ari Broussard in the game? Because we know whose number's getting called now.
Hey, yeah, 1st and goal at the 2. His longest touchdown run has been 3 yards, and now the Owls have it. 1st down and goal at that 2-yard line. Snap, hand to Broussard, has that nose for the end zone, but he meets the wall of navy blue and red, and he gets stymied. He might have lost half a yard on that play. Owls not able to block Gene or Hawthorne there on that right offensive side. Yeah, they get pushed back even to the 4-yard line. 2nd down and goal. Rice leading 7-0 under the 4-minute mark, first quarter here at Boca Raton.
What you don't want to do is abandon the run. I know the Owls want to get up 14-0 here. You don't want to abandon the run. I think you have to try to push it down their throats again. Ari, just keep running the ball, but look out on the field now. Is that number 19 out on the field?
That is Peyton Stevenson, redshirt freshman from Decapolis, Alabama. 2nd down and goal at the 4. Owls in zone to our left. Snap. Hand to Broussard. Will turn his way behind Filippi. Got a nose for the end zone. He got it. Another touchdown for Ari Broussard. His 9th of the season, his 11th in his career, and Rice leads 13-0 after that 3-yard run.
Yeah, right now the Rice Owls are just a little bit more physical. I should say a lot more physical than FAU. They're doing it defensively. They're doing it through the air. They're also doing it with the run game. You just saw that nice run by Ari Broussard. Just ran into the teeth of that defense. Nice 6 points for the Rice Owls.
How about Broussard? Came in 4th in the nation in touchdowns rushing. And that total might go up here tonight as Christian Van Sickle swings his big North Carolina leg through, boots it up the end zone, uprights to our left, and Rice has the 14-0 lead. 3:21 first quarter. Back right after this. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Rice teams and traditions are legendary. Our team as strategic wealth designers are proud to be a partner of Rice Athletics. What an honor to be working together. When you're ready to discuss your financial future, call the team the Owls trust. We look forward to creating your winning strategy for retirement. Visit us at swdgroup.com today. And go Owls!
A touchback from Tim Horn yet again. We've said that a lot this year. His 21st of the young season. 3:21 to go in this first quarter. FAU back to the 25, and Rice leading 14-0.
On the strength of a 9-play, 89-yard drive, took 4 minutes and 56 seconds off the clock. A 3-yard run by Ari Broussard. He's got 9 touchdowns on the season, 7 touchdowns for 2 yards, and 2 touchdowns for 3 yards.
Really stretching it out there.
It is.
Owls 166 total yards in that first quarter. FAU 11 as Gene keeps it to the right side, spins out of some contact from Conti, but then it's finished up by DeBraylon Carroll sliding down the line. Big fella from Duncanville bringing him down for a loss to the 24. 2nd down and 11 for FAU.
DeBraylon Carroll really looks good. I think the time that he's had a chance to heal has really helped him. and he's fired up to be out there. It's good to see him out there because he's a plug in the middle, no question.
His second tackle of the season. Under 3 minutes to go, first quarter, Rice 14 and FAU nothing. Shotgun snap, Gene looking left, humming a spiral off the hands of their backup tight end, Evans, incomplete. Around the 30-yard line, Gabriel Taylor there in pass coverage. Third down, they're behind the chains. They need 11 from the 24.
You know, you see a team that takes the will from the offense of another team, and right now, the Rice Owls have control of this game. The defense has control of that FAU offense. We've not seen any really big plays. Receivers are dropping passes that are being thrown to them, and that's a good thing to see right now from Rice Owls defense.
Their leading receiver, Wester, out to the right side. Actually, his motion, he went off the field, so Burton is there, the receiver to the right side. They're 1 out of 3 on third downs. They need 11 from their own 24. Left to right, FAU in the red headgear, blue jersey, shotgun snap, Gene play action to Mcmahon. He decides to run to his left, and he'll throw it deep down the left sideline, incomplete the 25, though, but late flags coming in as he's looking for Posey or not. I saw some fly across my binoculars.
That was a bird flying across your binoculars.
You are kidding.
No, I am dead serious.
Okay.
That was a bird flying across your binoculars because I looked at the same thing. The difference in the color between yellow and white, it's not even a question.
Well, I'm sure it was nearby. Remember Randy Johnson, that famous video?
Yes.
Way back.
Where he hits the bird.
Hit the bird.
Yeah.
Spring training here in Florida. Just off the coast, no surprise, as the right leg of Thompson hums a low spiral down the middle of the fairway. It short hops to Fresh there at the 31, and he gets jolted backwards. Good job of just getting hands on that. And the Rice will start it at its own 30-yard line after that 45-yard skitter up the middle of the fairway. Little shank shot, but it works out for Thompson, the Australian. A 1-yard return officially for Fresh. 2:26 of this first quarter. Keep it here. No timeout. Rice with the ball back.
Got to give Sean Fresh a lot of credit for getting in front of that ball, especially with defenders coming down on his head. He wanted to stop the advancement of the ball, and certainly he did. He helped the Rice Owls tremendously offensively.
Zechariah Inichuku on the social media feed here saying, go Rice. Don't want to assume a relation, but you'd imagine that here with the Kenna. Shotgun snap comes back to Mcmahon, looking, throws right high for Bradley, and sliding for the interception attempt. It is picked off by FAU, and they allow that.
Incomplete pass.
So incomplete. A good sell job, though, for Justin McKeithen, a backup corner from Savannah, Georgia. He did what you're supposed to do. His back was kind of shielding to one of the officials, and he just sold it and tried to run. Of course, he was already down anyway. But
we call that trapping the ball. So that ball evidently came off the turf, and he looked as though he caught it. But that was an errant throw that time by TJ. He sort of sailed it a little bit. After the defender got in his face, he double clutched it, and that's what called the sail.
5 of 9, 139 yards passing Mcmahon. No receivers out wide. A heavy line, I formation. A snap handoff to Broussard. Cuts it left, and then back up the middle. He is blasted in the middle of the field there. Give that tackle for Williams after a gain of 3. Xavier Peter is helping out on that defensive line. Third down and 7 coming up. Rice at its own 33.
Interesting, we've seen number 19, Peyton Stevenson, a redshirt freshman receiver, out on the field, 6'3". Been kind of watching him lately, JP, in his development, and we could be seeing some action from him today.
Esdale out there to the right. And on third downs here today, Rice is 2 of 3. They officially need 8 here. Short 8, long 7. Back to pass Mcmahon. Looking right, throwing into double coverage. That's spiked down, incomplete. A good hit is made by Latex Petway, inside linebacker from Albany, Georgia. Missouri transfer. And the Rice Owls will have to punt now after only getting 2 yards on that possession. Good adjustment defensively for Todd Orlando and FAU.
Well, a lot of attention that time being paid to Luke McCaffrey. You might have been able to find Bradley Rosner open, if you look a little harder. But that time he had Luke McCaffrey in mind to get that pass to.
You think they're going to guard Rosner after 126 yards in the first quarter?
You would think that they would.
Back to punt is Hunt. Deep to Wester. Calls for the late fair catch of the 22. He's got a Nyquil zooming by his left ear hole there, but a fair catch was made. No return. 46-yard punt for Hunt. And it'll be FAU ball, 1:25 to go. Rice 14 and FAU nothing. A 78-yard touchdown hookup, McMahon to Rosner. The Owls of Rice first score. And then a 9-play, 85-yard drive. And Ari Broussard, one of the tops in the nation in rushing touchdowns, capped it off to make it 14-0. Now the Rice Owls defense needs to step up here.
Well, you look at the numbers, there's some disparity. 168 yards total offense for Rice, 10 for FAU.
Snap Perry, hand right on the cutback up to the 30, 35. Here's McCammon at the midfield, the 50. Gets jolted out of bounds by George Nyqual. And what a run for McCammon. He goes for 28 yards on that first down run, and it did not take him a long time to get there. 34-yard rush, I beg your pardon, as they marked it to the 45. I thought he went out at midfield, but they got him even down to the Owls' 44-yard line. Minute left, first quarter. Perry, shotgun, only 1 of 7 passing so far. He hands to McCammon again, trying to double up, and he got 2 yards around the left side, too, behind a big block from Marquise Robinson. But the Owls, Braylon Carroll in there with Blake Banish on the stop.
There's absolutely very little in the middle of the field for FAU right now in terms of running space. I know they just broke off a nice run, but that was through the 4-hole. Once again, those big guys in the middle for Rice doing a heck of a job.
Last half minute of this first quarter. Rice 14, FAU nothing. 2nd down and 8. Perry handed it to the right side, and McCammon will juke and jive and dip underneath a Trey Schumann tackle. And he got a couple more yards. Carroll helping out with Schumann. So 3rd down and 6 coming up at the Rice 40-yard line. They probably won't snap it the rest of this first quarter.
Nyqual doing a nice job coming up, setting the edge, turn the running back inside to that defense, and that's really what his job was to do. His job was to turn that running back.
That's the end of the first quarter. Timeout.
That will end it. Rice 14 and FAU nothing. Owls of Rice, a commanding first quarter lead, but a long way to go. Stay with us. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Doubletree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the Medical Center, the Museum District, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the Medical Center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the Doubletree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you need a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people. Right now, 60 plus getting tickets, but like there's going to be 100 plus when we come in that game. So it's going to be exciting to play in front of family and friends. It's a dream of everybody to play in front of them. And just having the game in Florida means a lot. But the most important thing is a win. And then that's what my focus on is, a win and going back to Houston.
It's Gabe Taylor this week on the Mike Lundgren Show with me Monday night, talking about coming back to his home area here in Broward County. Rice leading FAU 14-0. Gabriel saying he got 40 tickets for family and friends, and he expects well over 100 of the old folks from Gulliver Prep and surrounding Miami area coming up to watch him. And so far, those folks have a lot to be happy about. Rice a 14-0 lead after one.
That is so cool to have your family come and watch you play, especially when you're winning. Let me give out some scores now in the top 25. Tennessee is leading Alabama. That's at like the top 42-35 right now, with about 12:38 remaining in the fourth quarter. So you still have a game there in the fourth quarter at TCU. They are down to Oklahoma State 30-23. That is that score. And also in progress, number 1 Georgia. Man, they are walloping Vanderbilt 48-0, JP.
Inside Conference USA, UAB, last minute, they have come back and they lead Charlotte now 34-20. 100 miles of hate rivalry. I say that because It's exactly 100 miles between the campuses, and they don't like each other. Western Kentucky leads in Murfreesboro against Middle Tennessee 35-10 halfway through the fourth. Al's next opponent, La Tech, is trailing North Texas up in Denton 34-27. And last night, UTSA down I-95 beat FIU 30-10.
Wow.
Yeah, we'll be in Ruston, Louisiana. Special birthday shout-outs. First off, Rice Associate SID, Assistant SID Tim Angieski. He has to put up with me, Nate, rooming in basketball season, but he is on the trip here, and he is celebrating a birthday today.
Oh, happy birthday, Timmy.
Not to be outdone, but the most important birthday today. He's probably not listening, even though he's a 30-plus year engineer. Or 40 plus, I guess. Frankie Hicks.
Frankie.
Love you, Frankie. And turning, 95 years young today.
Yeah, that's right, 95.
Have some Houston Methodist leaderboard stats. Rice, 168 total yards in that first quarter of play. They flip ends of the field, and Perry directing the FAU offense. Perry in that first quarter, just 1 of 6 passing for 7 yards. Rice 14, FAU nothing. Fresh 15 on the clock, back to pass number 7. Perry, rifle over the middle, sliding. It's complete to Burton. Nary an owl near him as he was led a little bit too much. Morrison was in the vicinity, but it went for 12 yards. FAU first down to the Rice 28. They go tempo here. Perry with the shotgun. They back McMahon by him. Twins right, one of those Wester. Another one of those is Burton. Perry waits, takes a shotgun snap, and a draw play up the middle. He led it, actually, giving it to McCammon. He slides by Morrison and Nyakwa helping out on the tackle. What's that, about a 6-yard gain down to the Rice 23.
Once again, they're not going to beat you. They're not going to overwhelm you, but they can tick at you all game long.
Yeah, they average 202 rushing yards a game, 30 in the league, and they run another one around the left end here on a 2nd down and 4 and move the chains. Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am, down to the 15-yard line. Chamberlain helping out on that tackle on that quarterback keeper for Perry.
Looks like tempo is starting to help them just a little bit. They're able to move the ball downfield, a couple of runs in the pass, and they've done it.
They've got 4 receivers bunched together outside the hashes to the right side. They throw a screen to the right. It's complete at the 20, but a good job by Marcus Williams, the safety, coming in to blow it up. It was caught by Wester, but he lost 4 yards back to the 20-yard line. 2nd down and 14. What a play by the Owls safety, Marcus Williams.
That was a great play by Marcus Williams that time. They actually beat his defender. Defender never got a chance to get a hand on him to block him in that big 4 wide receiver bubble screen they had. He was able to bust that play completely wide open.
Officially a loss of, 4, but they have 5 on the scoreboard. It's 2nd and 14 at the Rice 20-yard line. Rice leading 14-0. Gene under center gives it on a jet sweep left side to Wester around the 20 near sideline. Spins away from Fresh, turns his way down to the 10-yard line. That'll make the highlight reel as he juked away from Fresh, but not a first down there. He got 10 yards for a 3rd down and 4 coming up at the Rice 10.
They got a couple of guys in Webster as well as Burton, and those guys are cat quick. They're smallish guys, if you will, but they are fast. And I told you a little bit about Webster, but Burton, that guy benches 345 pounds.
That's all?
That's it.
Walter can do more than that right now. 3rd and 5. One day he couldn't. Here's the snap. They fake another jet sweep, but they hand him a cannon, and Morrison grabs and hog ties him and brings him down, but he drug him just enough to pick up a first down. He got the 4 yards needed plus 1. 5 yards down to the 5. FAU, its best drive so far. 1st down and goal.
Yeah, they are earning it too, JP. They've done it with tempo. What they're doing is confusing the Rice House defense just a little bit, not allowing them to get set.
10th play, the drive coming up. Someone throws their sweat towel away. I think that was Perry. 1st and goal at the 5. Rice 14 and FAU nothing. Snap. Hand, right side, McCannon just cuts it left, and an easy stroll on a Saturday night near the beach. Into the left side, he beats Seattle, and Inachuku. I think Floyd was around that goal line too, but FAU, its best drive by far of this game, and they get on the scoreboard here.
Yeah, that was a cutback run that time, and certainly it paid dividends for FAU.
I might have said FIU, but FAU, of course, near the 12:05 mark of the second quarter. They get on the board here. They have a left-footed kicker. The young man is Moran Suarez, 5'9", redshirt freshman from Wellington, Florida, kicks it up and through, and FAU on the board. Rice 14 and FAU 7. Wrap that drive after this, 12:05 in the second quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archive coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify.
12:05 remaining in the second quarter. FAU has closed the gap 14-7 now on the strength of a 10-play drive, 78 yards, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. 5-yard cutback run by Larry Mcmahon, and looked pretty good doing it. Now, prior to this drive that they just scored, they had 3 drives for 10 yards. The defense doing one heck of a job, the Rice Owls defense, but on this last drive, they gave up 78 yards, leading them to 8 touchdowns. So 14-7 Rice, 12:05 in second quarter, JP.
Yeah, 14-7, as you mentioned. Long way to go in this one. And for McCammon, that was his third rushing touchdown of the season. And sometimes you see guys, they average 6, 7, 8 yards a carry. They're not getting a lot of carries. He's going over the 100-carry mark on the season. He's a guy that rushes a lot, averaging 86 yards a game. But they move very swiftly down the field there.
Yeah, he's a workhorse, if you will. Like I said, he's only had 2 career 100-yard games. And the Rice Owls don't want him to have a third. But as we see, look, when you go tempo against this Rice Owls team, until they adjust, there's going to be some problems. And I don't think that you should be alarmed by that. They gave up 7 points, but Brian Smith will make the necessary adjustments, as we saw against UAB as well. When they try to go up tempo, you make those adjustments, and you'll see some better results.
Rice about to get this football back. Owls are so proud again to be partnering with IBEW, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 716, lighting up Rice University in Houston for over 100 years. The lights starting to take effect. They lasted 10 minutes. We can look out on the coast and still see the water less than 2 miles away at the beachside resorts. And they got the cabanas here. A great student section here going crazy as that one sails over the head of Oviano to that back left side. And that Atlantic named end zone to our left for that State of Florida logo. And they'll bring it out to the 25. Second quarter shout-outs. We got a lot of folks coming in. Doug Malcolm just texted us. He and Brett, okay, that's not with listening, but they are listening. But we do have O-line T-shirts coming, he says.
But big guys?
Yes, for the big fellas like me.
Doug and Brett, or Brett and Doug. However you want to put it.
Doug,
Brett's the bigger one.
Owls lineman of the past, listening in. He, the dad of Clayton, former Owl as well. Here at Rice, starting left to right at the 25, leading FAU 14-7, 3 minutes into this second quarter. Lone back is Broussard. One receiver to the left is Rosner. Snap, hand to Ari. Cutting to left, broke a tackle to 30. First down, 35. Broke a tackle around the knees. The longest run of the season for Ari Broussard. How about that? Goes for 16 yards. Around that left end. Peters finally brought him down there on that far sideline.
Well, I think you have to look at Big Play Servin and Trey Felipe, what those guys are doing. But Ari Broussard tired of hearing us say all he rushes for is 2 or 3 yards a pop. And that time he got up for the longest rush of the year.
You just keep at it, Ari. He's scoring, one of the best scoring running backs in the nation. 11:33 of the second quarter. Isaiah Esdale's dreadlocks rocking and swing as he goes in motion to the far side. Short side of the field is the left pressure coming in front of McMahon. He steps up in the pocket, heaves it over the middle, caught by Bradley. It slipped a little bit, but he picked it up, and it took 5, 6, 7 FAU Owls to bring him down, and he still tumbles forward. He'll be marked down at the 43-yard line for 16 yards. Pedway there among many FAU Owls on that stop. Looks like Rice wanting to go quickly here.
Well, Jack Bradley's a load, 6'5", 244. The play is about to be run with the snap, JP. Coming right now.
Bradley did not have a catch last week. His 12th of the season goes over the 100-yard mark. Under the 11-minute mark, second quarter. Owls deliberating a little bit more now, but at first they had some pace and urgency. 11 personnel, 3 receivers. Snap McMahon on that FAU logo at midfield. Airs it deep down the left sideline. He's got Esdale with the step, but overshoots him to that far side. And they had the nickelback, Jaden Williams, there in coverage, but he was a good 3-4 yards behind Esdale. Incomplete, second down and 10. Rice at the FAU 43.
Nichols was toast. Esdale was on a 9 route, and he was wide open. He was at least 3 yards in front of the receiver. If that ball had been on the money, that would have been 6 points.
Appreciate you tuning in wherever you are. We got Paul in Louisville in tonight. Elder John Heath in Commerce, America, tuning in. Second and 10, left to right. Owls at the FAU 43. Snap McMahon and hand to the Owls running back Broussard. He turns his way downfield for a couple. So second and 10. That'll be third down and 8 as Broussard gets tackled by Evan Anderson and felt that one all 6'3", 356 pounds from Orlando. Third and 8 at the FAU 41.
I like the fact that in this West Coast offensive field, the Owls have been multiple tonight. They've been able to get the yards they need on the ground. But most importantly, they have a quarterback that can put the ball in the hands of capable wide receivers. This is a big down, JP.
Rice 2 out of 4 on third downs. 5 minutes into the second quarter. About 10 minutes to go first half. Third and 8 at the FAU 41. They're 2 of 4 on third down. Shotgun snap McMahon. Standing tall. Good pressure. Slings it over the middle. Too tall and long. Incomplete for a running in stride. McCaffrey at the 20. He beat Williams, the rover, over the top. That would have taken a perfect flow, though.
And they might go for this on fourth down.
They're in that gray area right now. Owls have been solid on fourth downs, but you're not really giving up too much field position. But, yeah, they do not bring the special teams on. There's still 20 seconds before they have to get the play off.
Hey, they're 30th in the nation on fourth down. So why not go ahead and give it a shot? You just need to be able to complete a pass, and he's missed a couple of passes. My money's on the fact that he's not going to miss a third opportunity.
Or do they take a penalty or delay a game and try to get some more room to punt for Hunt? We'll see. 1 to snap it, and the clock comes. It hits 0, but no flag is thrown. McMahon bottled up, and you can't give up the sack in that case, but he has no choice otherwise but to do that. Is it the walls just closed in on him there as he got brought down by Gene Joyner and company there. Back to the 44-yard line, a turnover on downs. I thought they were going to either call the timeout as the clock went down or take that delayed game penalty.
Yeah, that was a tough call there. Look, you have to be able to execute a little bit better, especially in that situation. It's going to go forward on fourth down. Now FAU has really, really good field position. It's going to be up to the defense to take whatever they can and try and stuff this series of play.
Yeah, you hope that's not a big momentum swing, as FAU had already cut it the deficit in half there. 9:46. FAU starts this drive, but they're on 44. Snap Gene and a handoff left side. A great job of patiently waiting for that hole to develop. And McCammon explodes to the left and meets Floyd and Conti. 7 yards into Rice territory. Second down and 3 at the 49.
You have to be able to beat them on first down. The Rice Owls have done this. They're going to tempo again, JP.
Here comes the snap. 3 receivers to the left to give to McCammon. Again, he patiently waits and accelerates to the right side. He got behind a block from his right tackle, Chaz Neal, and picked up the first down to the 44. And they give him 5 more yards, first down.
Defense is going to have to line up a little quicker. I know they're trying to see what the offense is going to do, but they're taking advantage of them right now.
9 minutes, 6 seconds, 9 minutes, 5 seconds. Winding clock in the second quarter. Rice leading 14-7. Gene back to pass for FAU. Hoisted deep left side. And Niagara waiting, and he lays down the big hit on Wester as the ball flew by him at the 15. Incomplete. Second down and 10 at the Rice 44. Good time for Brent Dearman, highly regarded OC, to call that deep shot there.
Yeah, but that wasn't advisable because anytime you have number 29 Qual sitting in the area, you're about to get laid out. And I tell you what, had he caught that pass, he was going to pay the price.
You could see that developing from here, 6 stories
no
up.
doubt.
8:57, clock stopped in the second quarter. Rice 14, FAU 7. Here's the snap. Gene gets fresh in the backfield, hitting the ball, pops out. Nyaqual forced the fumble. Gene goes back to the 40 and backwards even more as he's trying to spin out at the 35. And he is back to the 32. Conti, Orji, Carroll chasing him back deep for a loss of 24 yards on that play. Good job by Nyaqual knocking it loose, and the Owls almost scooped and scored it.
The bigger play was Brian Smith calling the safety blitz. That was the bigger play. Nyaqual saw it coming. He was able to go in there and knock the ball loose, bring the quarterback down. Nice job by Perry to try and keep his feet, but every time he did, he had a defender in his face.
Third down and a mere 33 from their own 33. The snap and a hand to McCammon. And that is just to try to get a few yards. McCammon squats down and got 3 yards back, maybe 2, past the 35 to 36-yard line. And good response, as you mentioned, by the Rice defense. The call from Smith on that third down safety blitz, and eventually FAU will punt it away here.
Well, we knew after that possession from the Rice Owls on the last possession, they were going to have to get something from the defense, and that time they did. That was the biggest play of the game right there, could be.
14-7. Hopefully that stops some momentum for FAU. Back to punt is Thompson. Gets one deep into the night air, coming back fresh at his 13, and he has nowhere to go. He is bottled up and brought down immediately by FAU's Tony Johnson on special teams. A 51-yard missile from the Australian Thompson there. 7:26, second quarter. Rice 14 and FAU 7. Rice ball after this. It's Rice football from Learfield.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers. Shoppers has the lowest prices on John Deere tractors. Don't leave money on the table with the best tractor at the best prices of the year. Shoppers makes it so easy with just a few clicks at our website. We dare you to compare. Go see our specials by Googling Shoppers at SHOPPAS. Build the tractor package of your dreams with our Build It, Price It, Own It tool. And we'll deliver your John Deere tractor for free. The best for less at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Oh, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com for Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Acme Oyster House. Here's the Red Beans of Rice University. Acme Oyster House, a proud sponsor of Rice football. After the game, come join us for a fried seafood platter. Oh, sounds good. A shrimp po' boy, or a dozen char-grilled oysters. That would be JP's special. He loves that. Acme, the best little oyster house in Texas.
A lot of good stuff there. I like the Boom Boom Shrimp as well, too. Walter knows he's seen me many a time just scarfing down the meat pies there. Great grub there. And good salads. The wedge salad is devoured by Bob each and every week there beforehand. Rice 14, FAU 7 here, about halfway through this second quarter. Glancing again at the Houston Methodist leaderboard. If you did not hear us in that first quarter, Bradley Rosner started out with his pants on fire. 3 catches, 126 yards. TJ McMahon, 6 of 13 for 155. Ari Broussard, a rushing touchdown, 6 carries for 27 yards. Nkosi Perry, 3 of 9 for only 9 yards, but they've got McCammon for 45 yards rushing. And nobody really putting a dent in the stat book receiving-wise for them. But right now, however you slice it, however you dice it, Rice 14 and FAU 7. Nate, the effusive praise, rightfully so, even more during the break. What a well-timed safety blitz call from Brian Smith.
Brian Smith, the guy, he knows his players. He knew exactly what to call, when to call it. That was a beautiful safety blitz that time that he called for George Nyaqual. And George Nyaqual, as soon as the ball got to the quarterback with the snap, he was actually able to make a play. And certainly that drove him back. Not sure how many yards they lost, but they lost by a lot.
Only, 24 yards on that one, Bob?
Huge.
Left to right. Rice will have it. TJ McMahon averaging 254 yards passing in his 4 starts outside of that USC game, which, of course, he did not start, but he's thrown 9 touchdowns coming into today in his 4 starts. And now he's got the most touchdown passes by a Rice quarterback under Mike Bloomgren. The snap, McMahon, hand to Broussard, coming near way up to the 15-yard line, and Ari is hit and jostled. Gene and company on that defensive line sliding over. They've also got the young nickelback, TJ Young there. Gain of 8 yards for Broussard. 3 yards, I beg your pardon. Misread on the numbers there from Bob. 2nd down and 7.
You have to be good on first down. When you can get 5 to 6 yards on first down, that's when you know you're really good. It makes it easier for you, on the rest of the downs.
Under 7 minutes to go in this first half. Rice has got, this is Luke McCaffrey in there at quarterback for the Rice Owls. Of course, he did a lot of that last year in a Wildcat situation here. He took the snap and ran directly here to this near sideline and got popped around the 18, 19. They might give him 20. Yes, indeed. Forward lean to the 20-yard line. 3rd down and 4.
And then Marcus Tuiasosopo calls for a Wildcat. I mean, you get 3 on the first down, then you get 4 on the second play. Well, check that. Make it, you get 4. And now it's 3rd and 3. You have a very makeable 3rd down opportunity here.
McCaffrey in there as the quarterback now again. Broussard to his left. Rosner near side. Esdale far side. Bradley the tight end just off the line. 3rd and 3. They're on 20. Big conversion needed for the Owls. Back to pass. They have their own safety blitz coming in there. And McMahon is sacked back at the 5. It was Petaway, the linebacker, but still Missouri transfer drops McMahon back. Loss of 9 yards. The Owls go backwards on that drive, too, and they'll have to punt it from their own end zone.
That hurt. You got the ball moving, and you're looking pretty good there, and all of a sudden, you get the the linebacker blitz coming straight up the middle. There was nobody to defend there, and big loss.
Punt standing at the first tee of Atlantic there in the end zone. Takes the deep snap. Now coming from Jacob Wilson off the right side of his foot, and it sails out of bounds the near way. We'll see where the near field judge marks it down. Like that Price is Right game where they're going Spelunker. They're going down the mountain.
Yep.
And that is at the 35. It's only a 24-yard punt there for Hunt.
Media timeout.
And a timeout on the field. 5:15 to go. A best starting field position so far for FAU coming up. Rice 14, FAU 7. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
The newly renovated Houston Marriott Medical Center Museum District is a proud new sponsor of Rice University Athletics. For visiting families and fans, the closest hotel to Rice University is delighted to offer preferred rates. Guests will enjoy 2 new restaurants, an indoor pool, a new exclusive M Club lounge, and complimentary shuttle service within 2 miles of the hotel. Visit Marriott.com to learn more.
Rice Owls lead the FAU Owls 14-7. 5 minutes to go in this first half of action. Nate heading down to talk to Coach Bloomgren for the halftime interview. No sideline personnel coming on this trip, but Nate, so versatile in his broadcasting talent, he will go down there and talk things over with Coach Bloomgren. We'll be talking to him here in just a little bit. I'd like to remind you that Rice football is brought to you by Yuengling. Flight by Yuengling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yuengling, official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. A glance at the Houston Methodist leaderboard here. Great to have Esther and Kristen on the trip here, our Houston Methodist friends. Rice has outgained FAU 197-80 in this first half so far. Only 9 passing yards for the FAU offense of Perry and company. Third downs, Rice only 1 of 5. FAU 3 of 7. Our numbers had Rice at 2 of 4 earlier, so I'll trust Bob, though, over anybody. Time of possession, Rice about 14 minutes TOP, just under 11 for FAU. 5:15 to go in this second quarter. Rice 14 and FAU 7. FAU's best starting field position. They hand to Ford around the right end. He beats Kurt Lockhart to the sideline, but he only got to turn it downfield for a couple yards with Lockhart draped behind him. Second down and 8 coming up for the FAU Owls, but Perry, 6'4", 198, graduate transfer from Miami. It's a second year in Boca Raton here. Averages 252 passing yards per game. Takes the shotgun snap. They're going tempo. They hand to Ford again. Brushed off a Chamberlain tackle. And then Inachuku finishes it off at the 30, maybe the 29-yard line. They'll give him the 29 for a 3-yard gain. Third down and 4 yards coming up for the FAU Owls. They bring the young guy, Jordan Young, in there at wide receiver. Florida State transfer. Wide to the right side. They stack the twins both ways. Third down, they need 4 at the 29. 4:18 to go of this first half. Rice, 2 first quarter scores. FAU, the only score in this frame. And they're driving, trying to tie it. End zone to our left, the north side. Shotgun snap with the knees. Perry looking, humming it left side. It is incomplete at the 22-yard line. Good defense by the Owls. Lamont Narcisse coming in there at that nickelback spot. Trying to get it to Wester here the near way. And just like that, the drive may fizzle. Or to the 29-yard line, you'd imagine they could go for it here on a fourth down and a 4 situation at the 4:02 mark. And Nate going down on the field, about to have our halftime festivities coming up in just a second, and a timeout is called. You can't take them into the break. And we have a timeout on the field as well. And I believe we are caught up on breaks. I think I took one earlier when they did not call for one. I'm such a rebel in that way. That allows us to allow Nate to get a little time to mosey on down, and we'll hear from him. We have you, Nate. Do you have us?
I do have you.
Good deal.
Tell you, 4:02 remaining, and they're getting ready for halftime down here. But right now, JP, you can just feel it's a little bit of electricity down here, if you will, for FAU. They've got a lot of fans in the stands as I look around, and this is a team that needs a win desperately on their homecoming day. Right now, Rice is up 14-7.
Well, you made record time there. We had the timeout and this timeout here too, but you book it on down there. Only 1 minute and 3 seconds off the clock. You're standing in front of some little cabanas down there right now. They've got 4 cabanas where you are, 4 on the other side of the goalpost, and then 8, 6 on the other end too. But
yes.
How's the crowd? It's tough to gauge, but it looks like about a half-full facility here, but they're alive and thriving here.
It's a little bit more on our side where the stands are. You can see people are here. They're in full force, if you will, on that side. Also in the center part of the field, they're here. And I guess this is a late arriving crowd, JP. But, you mentioned the minute 8. I actually ran a 4.2 getting down here, and I was in my dreams. And I will tell you something else. This is the easiest stadium to navigate. And, we kind of talked about this, yesterday, I believe. I was saying it would not be this hard to get down to the field. And sure enough, they made it easy. There are lots of stadiums in the country where you go, and it takes you about 20 minutes to get down to the field. But this one, in this case, very simple, very easy, and a minute 3. And I actually had to pay the guy at the elevator to let me down. Because normally what happens is 5 minutes remaining in the half, and they close it off for the coaches. That's pros, that's college, that's what you see. So because the DCs and what have you, the guys in the booth, they have to get down, and the other guys who need to get up. So that's pretty much what you have down here. And right now they're getting ready for halftime.
That's Nate. I'm JP. We'll hear from Coach Bloomgren still coming up. I guess we had a little more time to spare, but we didn't know that they call that long timeout here right now. Looking around Conference USA and college football right now, Western Kentucky has finished off Middle Tennessee 35-17. North Texas last 6 minutes leads La Tech 44-27. And Charlotte fell at UAB. Charlotte was keeping it close for a while there at Protective Stadium in the Magic City of Birmingham, but UAB wins 34-20. Okay, big one here, Nate. They're coming your direction there.
They really are, and I'm trying to make sure to get back so I'm not in the way.
4th down and 4. 4:02 to go at the 29-yard line. Here is Perry. Shotgun, snap at the knees. Looking middle, pressure from his right. Dumps over the middle. It's incomplete at the 22-yard line. The back running the call was Ford, but no call. Morrison there in coverage. Getting helped out there by Jordan Dunbar there, the Owls secondary, and the Owls will get it. Owls of Rice will get it back here at the 3:57 mark.
Morrison made a tremendous play that time, knocking the ball down, got in front of the receiver. It was a really good pass thrown that time. If he had stayed on his feet and thought maybe I can pick this thing off, he would have been able to come up with a pickoff, but that was just a good defensive play on 4th and 4, deep in Rice House territory. Those are the kinds of plays you have to have if you're the Rice House defense.
So, big defensive stop for Rice as they get the ball back at their own 29-yard line. They have the I formation, plenty of time, and Rice has all 3 of its timeouts here, the 3:57 mark. Here is McMahon in between 2 backs. Takes the shotgun snap, fakes it to Connors, throwing a slant over the middle, but it's knocked down. A lot of traffic over the middle. I think the one that got a hand on that was FAU's Xavier Peters there. But goes in favor of the FAU Owls there in that incompletion. 2nd and 10 to 29.
Yeah, they went RPO on that one and brought the ball down, if you will. You can see very clearly down here, McMahon threw that ball into the defensive line where there was a lot of hands in there.
2nd down and 10. Rice at its own 29 under the 4-minute mark. Here's the shotgun snap. McMahon immediately hoisting it left, caught by Bradley, the tight end, his 2nd grab of the game. And he is dragged down there at the for 9 yards upfield. Kraku helping out on that tackle alongside the young guy, Courtney McBride. So Owls moving up 3rd down, less than a yard here at the 38.
Nice job by Bradley to make that catch. He had some guys in front of him and behind him. Nice job there.
Inverted bone backfield behind McMahon. Owls 46%, as Nate mentioned earlier, top 30 in the country on 3rd down.
Timeout, Rice.
The Rice Owls call a timeout. They're a first stoppage. 3:13 to go here in this first half here. Nighttime well upon us here. Out in the distance, got the palm trees inside the stadium that they've moved in and outside. A lot of the flickering lights out beyond the stadium, and we can't see the water now, but you can see the lights of the hotels that are there beachside. But it is a great spot to be. We got a little time here, Nate. Let's talk about that good grub we had last night.
Oh my goodness!
City Fish Market there, and that was Boca proper, right? You took us to.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, Nate's fish was as big as my left leg. It was massive.
The fish was almost as big as me. And when they brought the fish out, you took a picture of the fish. I just sat there in amazement. I said, yeah, you and me, we're going to be real good friends at the end of the night. And I can tell you, I had every intention of eating every bite, and it was great. And I thank Bob for taking us to this spot. It was tremendous. Had a great time. And the fellowship that we had, JP, that's definitely even worth the trip itself.
I had the Parmesan crusted salmon, and it was to die for. 3rd and 1, Rice at its own 38. McMahon pointing out at the secondary. They've got 10 of the 11 guys of the defense up in the box, and there's movement on the FAU defense. Big fella Gene jumping across. They have Anderson, the other big fella. Unless they're drawn off, this will be a Rice first down.
Everybody's pointing fingers at everybody. You got FAU pointing at the Rice Owls, and the Rice Owls pointing at the FAU Owls. And we're going to I believe this is going to go against FAU.
Defense with contact. Number 8. That 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
So hard to stop 356 pounds moving forward, and they get that. It's a big first down for Rice there. And they don't really have to be in too big of a hurry here, Nate, with 2 timeouts remaining.
Well, the thing is, you want to try to put some points on the board, JP. This game is not completely in hand.
Yeah, not at all. Only a 14-7 lead. Connors is the back by McMahon. He might be changing the play. Yeah, he audibles, gives some hand signals to the receivers stacked here to the right. Esdale to the left. First and 10, Rice, it's 43. Snap hand to Connors, runs to the left, and he cannot escape the grasp of Merrifield. He is brought down well behind the line of scrimmage. They very generous to give him back the 41. So only a loss of 2 yards, but now second down and a dozen.
Remember, we always talk about being good on first down. And in situations like this, 2:52 remaining in half or before the end, you want to be good on first down. You want to make sure that second down is going to be easy to your and something that you're able to convert.
Second down and 12, near the 2.5-minute mark. 14-7, Rice leads. Their own 41. Shotgun snap to McMahon. Slides left, zigzag back right, behind only on the block. Back to the right, play still alive. It's thrown to the sideline, and it's intercepted. They try to get it to Esdale, and the worst of all things happened. FAU gets the pick. Somehow Monken came out of that traffic. Smoke Monken gets the pick, and FAU takes the ball.
Ruling on the field is an interception by Florida Atlantic.
Now you see.
Let's see if Rice will challenge this, Nate.
Okay, well, now you see what I mean by the game is not in hand. Now, the thing is, it could be worth challenging this because I'm looking down the sideline. I'm not sure if he had it in bounds.
Yeah, we get into those since it's not a over-the-air or cable TV broadcast. They've got the digital folks here. The call stand-in does not look – the call on the field called the interception, so – yeah, it does not look like they will challenge this, but FAU, all the analytics tell you, hey, defer if you win that opening coin toss, and they're trying to get points and double up as they get the ball to start the second half. They hand off to McCammon near way. He does a little hip swivel and moves down to the 42-yard line near Piercy, and that is, looks like Jalen Hargrove, I believe, on that tackle. No, 92, Quint Titt, not 52, Hargrove, but 2-yard gain, second down and 8, FAU, under the 2-minute mark. FAU driving right to left, down to Nate in that end zone. Here from Mike Bloomgren here, coming about the half. A hand to Ford, zigzags left, and avoided Piercy and Titt to the right side, and gets the first down and spins inside the Rice 30. Johnny Ford on that carry. He gets 13 yards. He did not play last week. He was ineligible, but he was thought to be their number one running back coming into the season. And now FAU looks to go tempo, but flags are thrown. That's a mess down there.
Get FAU
false start.
Illegal procedure jumping.
Offense. Number 69. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Goes on Bordner, the left tackle. Ohio State transfer and a native of Columbus, Ohio. 1:36 to go. First and 10. At the 29, after that interception thrown by McMahon, his 8th pick of the year. He had been protecting the ball a lot better since that USC game. But first down and 15 after that FAU penalty. FAU at the Rice 34. Shotgun snap, Perry. Looked like he turned to the wrong side for the back to take that handoff. But Ford plunges his way down to the 31-yard line. He only got 3 yards, but second down and 12. Doesn't look like FAU's in too big of a hurry here. The clock moving. They've got 2 timeouts.
Well, they have a field goal kicker in Suarez. I believe his longest field goal this year is 43 yards.
Not much hurrying here. Second and 13. Back to passes. Perry stands tall, heaves deep, right sideline, and Fresh running with the receiver. And that is incomplete. Marvin Landy there is one of the tight ends used. Third down now, and officially 12 yards from the 32.
Fresh has got to be careful here not to get a flag thrown against him because he actually put his hands very briefly around the receiver's waist So you want to be careful if you're Sean Fresh right now, especially in this situation.
FAU 3 of 8 on third downs, 45 seconds left. Third down and 12 at the 32-yard line. Perry out of that shotgun. Here's the snap. Fakes to McCama. Pressure from Floyd. Slides to his left. A lot of room to run. He's at the 30. And great open field tackle made by Chamberlain inside the 25. The Winning in Paradise logo plastered right there after a 7-yard run by number 7. But again, they're managing the clock oddly here as they got the yardage down. It's a 4th and 4. They've left a lot of time here on the board. This is curious here.
Yeah, 4th and 4. It may be better for them. This is advantage Rice, no doubt about it. So what they're doing is leaving enough time on the clock to kick a field goal. That's the idea.
Yeah, down to 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, and some grumbling and groaning coming from the FAU folks. You can kind of see why, as they just didn't seem to hurry things along to be able to have a crack at the end zone. It's almost, Nate, like they settled. They knew they could get the field goal opportunity. You mentioned Torres. He's got a great leg, no doubt about it, but they did try to be aggressive there. Well, they were aggressive earlier on in the half.
Well, we told you that about a minute and 13 seconds ago. They were probably going to go ahead and go for the field goal. I think what they want to make sure they don't do is turn the ball over. Don't need any mistakes going into the half. You're down 7. You got a chance to cut into the lead and get it to 14-10 at the half.
This will be a 42-yard attempt on the left hash. The holder is Coach Taggart's son, Willie Taggart Jr., redshirt sophomore from Tallahassee. The kicker, Suarez, 5'9" freshman, Wellington, Florida, 1 of 2 in this range last week. Had that season-long 43. 3 seconds left. Rice leads 14-7. Deep snap coming from Marino. The kick is well long enough to our left. And it is no good. He pushed it a tad. No good. Triple zeros on the clock. We'll hear from Coach Bloomgren and Nate. He's coming up here in seconds, but it works out in Rice's favor. FAU does get the ball to start the second half.
Coach Bloomgren any moment now. You got to find him in the crowd of people here.
Yeah, he'll be coming your way.
Very good.
But how about that wild? There you go. Wild into the half. And Nate down there talking to the boss man right now. Nate.
Let him talk to his OC real quickly. He's got to talk to him. Coach, tell us what you saw in the first half.
Real good. I love the way the first quarter went for our football team. I thought we were playing really good, and then for whatever reason, we hit a little bit of a wall, and we're not executing really well in that second quarter, and that's what we've got to harp on at halftime is execution. Because, again, aside from the first drive of the game, I thought offense played really good in that first quarter, and once again, right now, we are hurting ourselves, and we've got to get away from that.
Very quickly, you talked about execution. What do you want to see in the second half?
That is it. I want to see us come out and look like the Rice Owls I know we can be.
All right, Coach.
Thank you.
There you have it. Coach wants his team to execute a little bit better offensively. I think they're playing pretty well defensively, JP, but it just has to happen on offense. Put some points on the board very quickly and try to get a bigger lead.
Thank you very much, Nate. They've already stopped the clock. They're moving quickly here at the break. Rice 14, FAU 7. We'll have our Coaches Show recap coming up next, and then Bob will recap across Rice Athletics, his view of things. Rice 14, FAU 7 here on the halftime festivities here from a nice sunny Boca Raton here. The halftime show brought to you by IBEW Local 716. This is Rice football from Deerfield.
To protect his home and family from disaster, Steve used courage, wisdom, and his camera phone.
That should do it.
Way to go, Steve! By simply taking digital pictures of his family's important documents, Steve can always have them stored safely online, no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Chris Jaconick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. Being a veteran is interwoven into your DNA. It is really the absence of the connection and the purpose that can really drive a lot of veterans to some negative thoughts. For those who are in a suicidal crisis, the window of time to save somebody's life is very short. Our duty is to protect ourselves and protect our families. And one way you can do that is store your weapons safely. Store all your guns securely. Help stop suicide.
Brought to you by End Family Fire and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I need an assistant to help you prevent wildfires.
Dude, I've got this. I've been camping since I was 5 years old. But I am a camping influencer. You know what? I'll bet you $5. Assistant Smokey, what is the best way to put out a campfire?
To put out a campfire, drown with water, stir, drown again. Then make sure the fire is out cold by feeling with the back of your hand.
Wait, really?
I'll take the $5.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
It's time for today's STEM tip. Okay, you know recycling is important. No one wants plastic in the ocean. Here's a cool way to repurpose a plastic bottle. Build an awesome terrarium. Cut a large plastic bottle in half and fill the base with sand, pebbles, potting soil, and your favorite plant. I chose an African violet. Put the top of the bottle over your base and place it in the sun. Your plant will grow sealed in its own ecosystem. Fun, right? Learn more at She Can STEM. A message from the Ad Council.
You're listening to the IBEW Local Union 716 Halftime Show. And this is what happened last time on the Mike Bloomgren Show.
Now up here on the high table, it is safeties coach Colin Spencer. Obviously, we got two really good pupils and others that have done really well for you this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first and foremost thing is the experience, the amount of guys we got coming back. It's great to have Trayshawn back on the field, obviously, after last year. Georgia Nyquil back on the field after last year. So, you can't teach experience. You got to get it, and we got a lot of that in that room right now, and it's showing so far this season.
Yeah, explain how, Gabe's got that innate talent, but other guys there, like George, coach calls him that big bad wolf over the middle. You have a lot of talent there on that back end.
Yeah, it's instincts, So Gabe's got great ball skills. Trayshawn, super good instincts, physical. George, great athleticism, great range. He's really dangerous back in the deep part of the half. So it's hard to throw on those guys. We got some good man coverage guys, and then we're deep too. We got Marcus Williams. He's stepping in, getting some good reps for the first time. Kurt Lockhart, super experienced kid. So it's a really good room, talented room, and good to have them all back. Been great.
So fill in the blanks for us. Your ties to Michigan get you hooked up with Coach Smith or someone that knew him that got you, but you had the California ties. I don't know if that linked you with Coach Bloomgren when he was out there. So fill in that blank for us.
No, so the California ties linked me with Coach Smith, actually, because when I was working at the University of Redlands, Jim Harbaugh had like 36 satellite camps that summer, something ridiculous.
Yeah, made the news, yeah.
And there were like 7 out on the West Coast. And that's where I met Coach Smith, and I stayed in touch with him. And 2 years later, he offered me an opportunity. So that's the connection.
Listen to the Mike Bloomgren Show Mondays at 7 during game weeks, live from Acme Oyster House on the Rice Sports Network from Learfield.
What if your preferred hospital could also be your primary care provider? At Houston Methodist, we go beyond hospital care, offering you everything from flu shots to well-woman exams to managing your weight and cholesterol. And our primary care doctors and specialists are connected all across the city. So whatever the need, wherever you live, we can be there for you.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Build it, price it, own it. Shoppers and John Deere makes it as easy as 1, 2, 3 to get the John Deere tractor of your dreams. Number 1, go to shoppers at sfstractor.com. Select the John Deere tractor you want, add the attachments you need. Number 2, select your terms, see the price along with monthly payments, and apply for financing. Number 3, buy your John Deere tractor from Shoppers, and Shoppers will deliver it for free. Shoppers makes it that easy to purchase your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. Only at Shoppers. All things John Deere.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights, as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Rice University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of Rice and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Rice University.
Halftime festivities underway here at Howard Schnellenberger Field at FAU, where Rice leads FAU by the score 14-7. Time now for the Bobby Schlanger moment. We're going to talk Bobby.
That's it.
That's right.
It.
That's what it is, Bob. Bob, what you got for us?
Let's take a look around. 14-7.
What you think?
Rice struggled on its first drive, and then really clicked on the next two, highlighted by the 78-yard pass from T.J. Mcmahon to Bradley Rosner. Rosner really, he was amazing on that play because he took it away from the defender that was really holding his jersey all the way down, and then broke away and ran it into the end zone with
he's having a pretty good night, if you will.
He's gotten 100. I think he has 125 yards total in catches, and he's really talented.
126 on 3 catches and a touchdown.
So
coach said he's got they have to execute better in the second half. So I think we're going to see that.
Yeah, and the defense played well.
Yeah.
I mean, except for one run of 34 yards, they've held Florida Atlantic to 70 or 80 yards total offense. So looks good.
What's the story?
Well, since we last met, and
that was last night.
Well, that was last night for dinner, but
that's right.
At football, it's been 2 weeks, and I think the story is that Rice remains undefeated in Conference USA in the 3 fall sports. Golf had played at the what was it? The Tempest Invitational Collegiate, and led the first 2 rounds in the team competition and finished third among, I think there were 14 teams. So golf looks really good with a lot of young players. I think it'll be something to really follow in the spring when they get into the heart of their schedule. Swimming had a home meet today, the Fall Splash. Rice won. U of H finished second. And they the ladies won 5 of the 7 individual races today, so that looked good. Thursday night, as I was on my way to Boca Raton, the soccer team won again. They're undefeated in conference, 6-0. Grace Collins came in, scored 2 goals. Thursday night, Delaney Schultz scored 2 the previous game, so 2 back-to-back shutouts for Bella Kilgore. And so Rice is now 6-0 in conference in soccer. And then last night on the road, after it's been a kind of a tough week for volleyball. They played Baylor on Wednesday night, and then got on the plane Thursday and flew to UAB and won last night. And they really, after splitting the first 2 sets, they really dominated the 3rd and the 4th set. So they look great. They're ranked 22nd in the country, and their record's now 16-2. Not a bad start. And then they come back tomorrow, and JP will be on the call of the home match tomorrow against Charlotte. So volleyball looks really good. Soccer looks really good. Football looks really good. We just need to be more efficient on offense in the second half and continue to play well on defense. So a lot of good things happening at Rice. It's been a good fall, and if we could win this football game, it would be a good week.
This football game right now between Rice and FAU, it would be big if Rice can come away with that. That's just one more notch on the confidence belt, if you will, for the Rice Owls. I want to ask you one more time. Did you say soccer is 16-2?
No, volleyball.
Volleyball is 16-2.
Volleyball is 16-2.
Yeah.
And they're if you get a chance, you ought to come out and watch them play. They're really fun to watch. They're tremendous athletes, and they really play well together. Jenny Volpe's, been at Rice for a few years and has built a program that is really significant in volleyball. So we play tomorrow at 1:00. come out and watch us. And then we play again on Friday night.
All right, very good. I'll be there on Friday as well. All right, the score is 14-7. Rice on top here at the half. He's Bobby Schlanger. I'm Nate Griffin. We'll be right back. JP. JP will have scores here on the Learfield Network Rice football, guys. Stay with us.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Rice teams and traditions are legendary. Our team as strategic wealth designers are proud to be a partner of Rice Athletics. What an honor to be working together. When you're ready to discuss your financial future, call the team the Owls trust. We look forward to creating your winning strategy for retirement. Visit us at swdgroup.com today and go Owls.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the Talking Spokes Oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is, sleeping. You know, we oysters like our beds. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter or po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
On the Rice Sports Network from Learfield, welcome to the IBEW Local Union 716 halftime show. Coming up, scores from around the country, highlights, and stats from our first half. Now, with a look at what's going on across Rice Athletics, let's go back to the stadium and join Bob Schlanger.
No, we did that, but thank you, Mr. Announcer Man. Looking at the Houston Methodist leaderboard stats in this first half, T.J. McMahon, 7 of 16, 164 yards, touchdown and a pick in that first half. You heard that right. More incompletions than completions, but a bushel plus of yards for McMahon, 164 yards in that first half. Bradley Rosner, the first, 8 minutes of that first quarter, 3 catches, 126 yards to lead the Owls in receiving. Broussard, 27 yards rushing, in addition to another touchdown. And Cam Montgomery, 2 carries for 21 yards in that first half. Nkosi Perry has not been good behind center. Just hate to say that, but 3 of 12, and a lot of that's been because of Rice forcing him to just 14 passing yards in that first half. Johnny Ford, 6 rushes for 58 yards in that first half. Larry McCammon, 11 carries for 45 yards. He had some bounce and some wiggle at times, but ended up with 45 yards at the break. So Florida Atlantic, with their stats coming in, great rushing team, and they're on that pace to have about another 200-yard rushing game. They have 97 rushing yards at the break, but Rice is leading FAU in the total yardage count, 204 to 111. And penalties, Rice just 1 in the first half, knock on Formica, I guess this is, for only 10 yards, but FAU 3 penalties, 17 yards. And at the half, after last game, a 30-minute to 30-minute time of possession. In this one, it's almost even. Rice about 15 and a half minutes in that first half. FAU 14 and a half minutes in that first half. Stay tuned. We have the second half coming up next. Rice 14 and FAU 7. We'll have some scores across the college football landscape as well coming up next. This is Rice Football from Learfield.
Rice fans, need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at HoustonPlaza.Hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's HoustonPlaza.Hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them, Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
College sports fans now have access to hundreds of weekly podcasts that zero in on the college sports world. Now available in the Varsity Podcast Network and part of the new Varsity app. The app is free and available from wherever you get your favorite apps. Download the Varsity app today to have access to hundreds of national podcasts as well as your favorite team-focused podcasts. The Varsity Podcast Network now available for free on the Varsity app. Download from the App Store and listen today.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 West Hyder. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, RiceOwls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of the game week at Acme Oyster House.
Wrapping up the IBEW Local 716 at first, this halftime show, final minute or so. Rice 14 and FAU 7 here, about to start the second half. A few notable scores around Conference USA. UAB beat Charlotte. It was a tough one, but they pulled it out in the end, 34-20. Western Kentucky won at Middle, 35-17. And Owl's next opponent, Louisiana Tech, fell to North Texas and did 47-27. And last night down I-95, UTSA beat FIU 30-10.
A big final in the SEC. Ready? Tennessee knocks off Alabama by the score of 52-49. Alabama is now 6-1. Tennessee is now 6-0. They are back to being good after a long spell of not being so good.
Yeah, a really long time.
Yeah.
Wow. So Tennessee finished it off.
Yes, they finished it off. Ole Miss over Auburn, 48-34. Michigan beats Penn State, 41-17. Illinois knocks off Minnesota, 26-14. Oklahoma all over Kansas, 52-42 today. By the way, Kansas is ranked number 19.
Here we go, starting the second half. It is punched by Horn, and FAU will return it. No, it rolls down to the left. The FAU deep man Wester, they'll bring it out to the 25-yard line. Left to right, same keys before the game are Adidas Earn Your Stride keys. The Owls started fast, and they did it. They're able to run the football at times, and Ari Broussard got the rushing touchdown. Any second half keys for you, good sir?
Oh, yeah, execution. You know, you talk about execution. And that's what head coach Mike Bloomgren said to me right as we were talking at halftime there. He said, we've got to execute better. They come out and execute, they're going to have a good half.
Who's the old coach? Ask him about execution. Says, I'm in favor of it. It'll come to me. So they start from the 25. It's FAU left to right. Perry, not so stellar first half, takes the first snap under center and hands right to McCammon. Burst through by Piercy and company, but then he's pushed back. He got about a yard and a half, maybe two. Around the, give him three, actually. Lunge that ball forward to the 28-yard line. Second down and 7, FAU left to right. Rice 14, FAU 7.
FAU's going to want to run the ball a lot. They had success in the first half. Not so much passing the ball. They've got some pretty good pass plays, but no, they want to run the ball.
Owls have the one high safety Nyquil here to the near side. Back to pass Perry. Blitz comes in, whiffed by Chamberlain, and Perry darts it up the middle. Zigzags past the 40. A first down, and he is brought down by Nyquil. Good job cutting down that real estate to the 44. 17-yard pickup. When Perry recognizes that, he has some scoot and some wiggle like not many guys we've seen.
Yeah, defense breaks down. He can break down a player, too, get up the field.
So McCammon to the left side. First and 10 to 44. Snap a hand to him. He runs near way. Check that forward 5. Not McCammon 3. And Inachuku brings him down. And McCammon wondering where the flag was as Ikena went high near that helmet, but he did not drag him down by the helmet. Loss of 1, 2nd and 11.
Was not a horse collar tackle, was not anything dirty, so no reason to request a flag.
Aiken is a nice guy. He does flip the switch and he goes on the field. 2nd and 11, left to right. FAU has it. Perry looking to the right side. He sees his nearest receiver, Edrin. Shotgun snap, comes back. Banis bull rushing it up the middle. Snap, ball is thrown right side, and it's caught by Edrin right in front of Dunbar at the 45 in Rice territory. A first down in between the number and the sideline for 12 yards here to this 45.
Yes,
first down.
Stick route that time. I thought Dunbar had really good coverage on him, and all of a sudden he was able to make that catch.
Shotgun snap, Perry comes back to him, and they give to McCammon, right side. Flag comes in, 35. This will be a hold coming back down to the near sideline to 30 and out of bounds. Hold. Well, we think it'll be able to get a 15-yard gain. And they did not turn the mic on. He will now. Hey, we know about mic problems at times. But
oh, don't we?
They,
we really do.
Okay, now it got to working, and that might have been someone up high. If they'd had Walter Engineering, that mic would have worked.
That's right.
But what would have been a first and 10 way down to the 30, it moves it back to the FAU 45. So that ends up being about a 25-yard penalty.
Certainly does help the Rice Owls sort of pushing the ball back to midfield, and now they can play better defense.
Yeah, first down and 20. Left to right, FAU. They're on 45. Just start this second half. First couple minutes of the third quarter. In motion, they've got the big fella tight end. Snap. And Perry running it. Right side, McCammon took that handoff on that zone option pass to 40 and got to near the chains. And, yeah, just like that. They got the first down on a 20-yard run on first and 20. Not even done moving the chains yet. They snap it here. Hand again, doubling up McCammon, bursting through the left side. And he gets bear hugged from behind and brought down by the Owls' Quint Titt there. But he got 4 yards on that first down run. Second down and 6 down to the 31.
Now, Rice will give them yardage from the 20 to 20, but they really need to tighten up in the red zone.
Perry out of that shotgun. McCammon by him, takes that handoff, sliding to his left by Orgy. And then Trey Schumann comes in to stop that progress. No gain, 3rd and 4 at the Rice 31-yard line. I've been impressed by that running game for FAU. McCammon 4. We haven't seen much of Mobley, but even Perry has chewed off some good runs here.
Well, it seems like the offensive line gets the yards when they need them, getting the leverage that they need to free the running back.
3rd and 6 at the 31-yard line for the FAU Owls. They're 3 out of 9 on their first down opportunities on third down, and now it looks like Perry's switching things up. He moves a couple of receivers around, and he moves his back McCammon to his left. Shotgun snap coming back from Weber to the hands of Perry. Sees Orgy running to the left. Schumann chasing him down the line, got an ankle tackle, and rolled him down into that friendly Rice sideline to that far away, but no gain on that play after that first down run of 4 yards. They didn't get anything on second or third down, and FAU, though, might be going for it here on 4th down and 6 to 31.
They have good field position. They're at about, 31-yard line of Rice. They've got good field position here, JP.
0 for 1 tonight on the 4th downs. 5 of 10 on the season coming in. 4th down and 7 at the Rice 31-yard line. 4th down and 6, actually, at the 31. McCammon moving to the left. They've got 4 seconds to snap it. Owls get some movement in there. And it looks like that'll go against the Rice Owls. FAU pointing, I think, unfortunately, correctly. Bain is saying Oh, there you go.
Number 63. 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
That was big. Got to trust Blake Manish as Nick Weber, the center, flinched. And that's big as it takes a 4th and 7, makes it 4th and 12.
Yeah, I was going to say you got to trust your guys. If they're jumping, there's a reason why they're jumping. They practice on those snap counts daily.
So somehow a 4-yard penalty makes it 4th and, I guess it was 4th and 6. So now it's 4th and 11. And they'll still be going for it here. It surprises me a bit. But again, 10-14 to go, 10-13, 10-12, third quarter. With Nate, I'm JP, 14-7, Rice lead. Perry back to pass, looks right, throws right down at the knees, but it's caught. And it'll be enough for a first down. Got down to the 21 in front of Lockhart. Good throwing catch over here to Posey in this near side. Just his 4th catch of the season, and now they go back to tempo after the first down. Under the 10-minute mark, snap hand to McKemma. Runs by Banish up the middle. He got slowed down. Actually, Floyd slowed him down. Then Banish and Conti sailed in and stopped him for a loss of 2 to the 19-yard line, 2nd down and 8.
Well, that could have been 12-man on the field penalty for Rice. You had a defender actually going off the field because their running tempo is really big. FAU.
2nd down and 8. Left to right FAU. Rice scored the first 14 of the game, both in the first quarter. FAU, its only score of the game came in that second quarter. Rice hasn't scored since the first stanza. Snap hand to Mobley. We're just saying we haven't seen him much, and he's streaking around the right end, and he is brought down at the 15-yard line by the safety Lockhart coming up to play the run, give him 3 yards on that gain, so 3rd down at about 5 at the 16.
That was a really good tackle by Lockhart that time because on the cutback run, there was a lot of room to run the ball.
Mobley, 5'10", redshirt freshman from nearby Miami. Zuberi Mobley. 3rd down. They call it 5 at the 16. 3 for 10 on their 3rd down opportunities. Western motion. Perry back to pass. Conti in his face. He looks left, throws, and it's incomplete at the 10. Dunbar in coverage of the young guy, Edrin, who was belly aching. He wanted a defensive holding call there. He will not get it. And 4th and 5. Looks like they will attempt about a 33-yard field goal here.
Again. So they missed the last one. They missed the 43-yard field goal right before the half. And here they are. They're going to take a shot at the 34-yard field goal.
Yeah, they'll move it back a yard here. And Suarez, as Nate mentioned, missed from 42 earlier. And this will be a 34-yard attempt for the left-legged kicker here, Suarez. Kicks it up, and it is good in zone to our right. Call it for 34 yards. So FAU does not have the empty drive. They got 3 points out of the 2 drives going into the half and coming out. You won't turn that down. But Rice will get the ball when we come back. 8:28 to go in this third quarter. Rice 14 and FAU 10. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
We don't hear you.
8:28 remaining in the third quarter. Rice still leading by the score of 14-10. FAU cutting into the lead on the strength of a 13-play, 59-yard drive. It took 6 minutes and 32 seconds, led to a 34-yard field goal by Suarez. The score is now Rice 14, FAU 10.
I mean, FAU's obviously made a lot of adjustments, but you'll take the 3 points they had ample opportunity to get more going into the break, and coming out of the break, they didn't get the extra offense. You'll take that there.
I'll take the Rice defense is what I'll take. I mean, they've only given up 10 points for the most part, if you will. One touchdown tonight. And so I'm liking the way they're playing. Now it's time for the offense to come out and execute.
Yeah, a little more even. Of course, FAU, the one extra drive in the second half. But Rice, 204 total yards. FAU, 185. Rice has averaged 6.4 yards per play. But the Rice defense has held FAU to just 3.9 yards per play, amplifying what Nate was just talking about. This Brian Smith called defense tonight here. 8:28 to go in this third stanza. Rice 14 and FAU 10. Rice was up 14-0 after a 78-yard pass to Rosner and a 3-yard Broussard rush. Owls were cruising here down near the Atlantic. But then FAU methodically has come back to score the next 10 points of the game. So like we said early on, don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. You got a long time to go in this game when that truth is still accurate right now. As Juma Ottaviano has not had a kick return tonight. Neither has FAU. But milking it is Carter Davis here from east of Fort Lauderdale. 3 more touchbacks here tonight, looking for a fourth. Kicks this one high, and Ottaviano waves for the fair catch at the 5. So that was returnable, but you've seen good special teams coverage on the punts tonight for FAU. They're doing a good job hightailing it down there. So Rice the ball back, 14-10. They lead FAU, 8:27 to go. McMahon, 7 of 16 passing, 164 yards, a touchdown and a pick.
Can I give an Astro score?
Hey, I don't mind.
There is no score.
So you can't give one, really?
There is no score in the bottom of the 11th.
Okay. And in true fashion, what's that, 5 hours almost?
Very long game.
Yeah, come on, baseball. Get with it. Play faster.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, the playoffs, I guess, a little more. Though any cloud showing, I'd shake my fist at that cloud. As TJ McMahon, hands in front, takes the shotgun snap, rolls to the right. Speaking of baseball, he hoists a over-the-hand pass right side on the sideline for Rosner. First catch in a while after that mammoth first quarter. They give him 9 yards. That went in front of Smoke Munkin. And now that's knocking on a career-high night here for Bradley Rosner.
Well, that was a really nice play by Bradley Rosner running a boundary route. And all of a sudden, you see Smoke in his face. And Smoke is 5'9", Rosner 6'5", and he ducked underneath the arm tackle.
Rosner, second most yards receiving in one game in his illustrious Rice career. 4 catches, 135 yards. The second down and short play is a handoff from McMahon to Broussard. He turns his way for 4 yards off right tackle, getting up to the 38-yard line. Pick a number on that FAU defense. Joyner starting out that tackle, redshirt freshman from Jacksonville, Florida. A few hours to the north. First and 10, the 38.
They are going to have a better per carry average after this game than we've seen all year long.
Under center, McMahon. Here's got McCaffrey in motion, and Rosner out wide to the left. Ball's on that right hash. More than halfway through this third quarter. A snap. Play action, Broussard rolling to the left. McMahon hoisting it near side, and it's caught by Rosner, but out of bounds at midfield. He had his guy Smoke Munkin right behind him, but incomplete. See what they're trying to do there.
Rolling on the field is an incomplete pass. Second down.
That field was a yard wider this direction. He would have had his 5th grab of the night.
Well, if they were playing Canadian football.
There you go.
Okay.
That's Mike Kershaw about that, right?
Yeah, there you go. But in this case, I like what they're doing with the play action. They want to get him out of the pocket, and we're talking about TJ. That's where he's really effective.
Peyton Stevenson in the game, most run we've seen for him this season in his young Rice career out at the wide receiver spot. Second and 10 to 38. Snap, hand to Broussard, churning his way to the left. A couple guys standing him up at that line of scrimmage. No gain. At the 38-yard line, the big fella Petway, the linebacker transfer from Missouri there. Former teammate, former Owl, Blaze Aldridge over there. 3rd and 10 to 38.
Tell you what, TJ has not been very accurate tonight, but he's been accurate when he needs to be accurate. Now is the time when he really needs to be accurate, especially on 3rd down and 10 here. You need a drive, and you need a touchdown right now.
Officially, the Owls 1 for 5 on 3rd downs. Baum has it with an extra conversion. Again, I trust Baum. 3rd and 10 the 38, right to left. McMahon hands out in front, takes the shotgun snap, looks right, decides not to pass to Broussard, tucks it under, runs to the left, jukes a defender, and that extra little push gets him up to the 44, but still a few yards shy of that first down. You saw that athleticism and that little hip swivel, but not enough to get that first down. 6-yard gain there, and the defensive lineman, Petway, checked that the linebacker was late to get up. Petway slowed him down enough for that tackle.
Well, if you want to play for this Rice House defense, you're on the right team, because right now the offense has not been good with the ball here in the second half, and the defense is finding themselves on the field a little bit more often.
5:52, 5:51, 5:50 of this third quarter. Rice 14 and FAU 10. Here's the deep snap coming back from Wilson, the right leg of Hunt, punting it deep. It lands at the 20 and takes a beeline out of bounds. He pins one inside the 20 for a third time this year, assuming that's where they mark it, right at the 20-yard line. So it'll be a 36-yard punt. And they'll start for the 20. We have a timeout on the field. Rice 14, FAU 10, 5:39 to this third quarter. This is Rice football from Learfield.
You've got a lot going on, so how do you find time to take care of you? At Houston Methodist, we work around your busy life. There's same-day primary care appointments, online scheduling to see our world-class specialists, access to all your records through MyChart, and video visits 24/7 if you need urgent care, bringing you Houston Methodist's expertise wherever, whenever you need it.
Visit HoustonMethodist.org to find the care you need at locations throughout Houston. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
What's up, fans? This is Roddy Jones, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country weekly during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January, from the East Coast to the West Coast. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you love to get your podcast. And while you're at it, be sure to give us a follow along on Twitter at CSNowTweets.
I just knew that, some team was going to take that shot. And with my coach, Coach Dill, he was able to set things up for me. Honestly, he was the greatest coaches that I've ever played for. The respect and love that he gave me was something I always cherish. And just the amount of time that he put in just to find a way to get me, from South Carolina, something that I always hold dear to me. So him knowing Coach Bloom, that really helped me out.
That's Al's linebacker/safety, Trayshawn Chamberlain, talking about betting on himself and a connection between his high school coach, Coach Dill, knowing Mike Bloomgren, and literally bumping into him at a conference camp, whichever it was, in the late signing period a few years ago. You think about that. Coach Dill, effusive in his praise and his love for him. Trayshawn Chamberlain said he worked the extra mile to try to get him, and Trayshawn had these other offers, and talked about, I knew I was a Division I football player. I knew I could get into any great academic school. Bet on himself. His high school coach bumps into Coach Bloomgren, who they knew, and it's worked out great as the Owls defense goes back out there.
It really has. Trayshawn Chamberlain is one heck of a player. Hard hitter. One of the hardest hitters on his defense, and reads the offense so well. Reads all of his keys. Great at doing that.
And he is out there defensively now, down near the line of scrimmage, along with got other linebackers. Got Conti and Morrison out there as well. 1st and 10, FAU starting. It's 20. Rice 14 and FAU 10. Back to hand it off is Perry going to the left side, and the back gets a yard to the 21-yard line. That was Mobley. Second down and 9, though, coming up for FAU.
We talk about how different this Rice football team is and how much different they look. Was talking with Hans Straub a few days ago, and he was telling me why, and I'll break it down for you after this play.
Perry looking over, sees that too high safety look as this third quarter has really motored along. Second down and 8. They're on 22. 14-10 lead. Perry back to pass. Hit hard as he throws. It's low. He picked it up off the grass and got it to Ford, but ruled it incomplete. It only been in a 1.5, 2-yard gain, but third down and 8 now for FAU at its 22. You were saying so.
Yes, let me finish this conversation. Hans Straub is the strength and conditioning coach for the Rice House. They eat a lot. They have a lot of eating stations now. The cafeteria stays open later for them so that they can eat instead of going to bed hungry. That's a great thing. Hang on.
3rd down and 8, the 22-yard line. Yeah, pick your college, get your servery, or come by Patterson Center, get some grub. 3rd down and 8. They're 3 of 11 on 3rd downs. Got 4 receivers, 2 each way. Snap, Perry looking left all the way. Hoist a spiral, caught at the 40, 1st down. That is the good receiver Edwin there from nearby Fort Lauderdale. They think a lot of him. He's put up some good numbers his freshman year. 1st down to the 42, and it goes for 21 yards.
When your players are getting the nutrition that they need, they can perform well. And so that's been the key to their success.
1st down to the 42. 4.5 minutes to go. They go tempo after those 1st downs, and in jail for a second was Mcmahon. Burst out of there, runs to the left side. A helmet comes flying out of there.
That's got to go against FAU.
Inuchuku. I don't think he threw his own helmet that far, but he has to go out of play unless that penalty led to him losing that helmet there. I mean, it flew a good 5-7 yards there.
Yeah, it's almost as if that helmet was taken off of Inuchuku.
That has to be a face mask. But no, it's going against Rice.
Unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense. Number 91.
Oh, wow.
So he did throw it.
15-yard penalty, automatic, 1st down.
Yeah, we don't have the angle.
This is number 91's first unsportsmanlike foul of the game towards disqualification.
You can't lose Ekenna, preseason Outland, Senior Bowl watch list. And just got frustrated there, tangling up with the right tackle, Chaz Neal, the Florida State transfer. 1st and 10 down to the Rice 41. 14-10, Rice leads FAU here.
Usually it doesn't work out that way. The helmet's normally thrown by the opposing player.
Shift some receivers around, and the fullback comes down to block for Mobley there. The snap play action to him. Perry looking back over the middle. Tight end dragging across the middle. It's caught at the 31-yard line. And drop down is 10. B.J. Alexander dropped down on that play. And a 1st down and 10 after the gain of 10.
It's either the 1st or 2nd pass to a tight end this year for FAU.
They haven't had too many of those on the year. Receiver either way. Got a guy in motion, Wester, their leading wide receiver. Here's the snap. Play, no, they give it on a jet sweep. A flea flicker, pitched back to a quarterback Perry, throwing deep down the right side again. And that is Austin Evans. Could not get it to him, incomplete near that goal line. And it was Evans on that previous reception there on the tight end.
I have to be honest with you. It looked as though Evans wasn't looking for the pass.
Flag is on the play, by the way. That was post-possession. It's at the U of the CUSA logo. Jordan Dunbar saying it's against FAU.
They're walking back the other way.
Will not complain. These two teams in different stretches of momentum as FAU's lost 3 in a row. They're 2-4 on the year.
Player downfield. Offense. Number 71. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
But Rice is 3-2, looking to go to 2-0 inside Conference USA play.
Lyman always wants to go out in the pass pattern.
Can you blame him?
They block for a reason.
FAU, the last opponent that Mike Lundgren has not coached against in Conference USA. Here is 5th year. Been a while since Rice and FAU have tussled against each other. 2nd and 10, the 2nd and 15, the 36, we think. Not a loss of down penalty on the illegal man downfield, but it should be 1st down. Yes, they moved the tally marker to say just that the far way. So 1st down and 15 from the 36. I like these high angles. We can spot those types of things.
This is
correction. It's 1st down.
Thank you.
Defense really needs to come up big here. They're going to need something to stop this momentum because right now FAU's fighting for momentum, and they seem to have it offensively.
FAU, 3rd quarter. They have the ball at the Rice 31. 1st down and 15. Check out the 36. Snap. Coming back to pass is Perry. Setting up the screen to the right side. Back at the 35. And here down the 32-yard line, Myron Morrison riding the back Mobley down. Only a gain of 3. So 2nd down and 12. They call it at the 33-yard line.
Morrison doing a good job of getting off his block and being able to make the play. That's a tough thing to do because sometimes you can't get off those blocks if you can get some inner arm lock. And that time it didn't quite work out.
Receiver Posey to the left. They go 4 wide and a tight end left side. Snap to Perry. Chunks one near side. Caught. It's out of the backfield. Ford streaking down the right sideline, and he creeps out of bounds inside the 20, right in front of Morrison and Dunbar. They're going to give him the 18-yard line for a 15-yard gain. First down into the 3-minute mark. You blink, and this third quarter is almost over. Only 3 minutes left. And they go tempo again, as they have done after most first down. Snap. Here's the pass. Little dump over the middle, scraping, and falling down is Ford. Slips down at the 14-yard line. Got 4. So second down and 6. Owls of Rice caught a break there as he had some shortcut grass in front of him.
Remember, we've been telling you this. We told you this about this team. They're not going to overwhelm you with a big play, but they're going to dink and dunk and get 5, 10, 15, 20 yards down the field. And that's what they're doing right now.
Mac Mobley there. They move Ford. Ford left there, but they have Posey in motion. Second at 6 to 14. Running right is Mobley, spinning right. Got by Conti, and he's down inside the 10. March down to the 8-yard line. 6 yards and a first down. In front of Morrison, a first down and goal to be at the 8-yard line for these driving FAU Owls.
And by running tempo, what they're trying to do is wear that defense down. Defense playing good, though, right now.
10th play of the drive coming up for the FAU Owls. 1:50 to go. Clock moving in this fast-moving third quarter. First and goal at the 8. Rice leads 14-10. Owls haven't scored since about the 3-minute mark of that first quarter. A snap, a hand. Mobley shifts right by Inachuku. Coming back, Conti and Akina. Inachuku adjusts nicely to bear hug him and slam him down for no gain. Second down and goal at the 8. That lateral quickness for a 6'3", 270 is not supposed to move like that for Akina.
No, not at all. I thought he was 6'5". I mean, he looks that big. He looks 6'5", no question.
FAU second down and goal at the 8. 1:10 to go third quarter. Here's the shotgun snap. Hand to play action Mobley. They throw it right side to the tight end, Boatwright, his first catch of the season, but no gain on that play. So third down and goal at the 8.
Nice job there by Atascocita's Myron Morrison as he makes a play that time all over it on that play action. Didn't fool him. Not at all.
This is the 25th play of the third quarter for FAU. Rice has only had 6. Last 40 seconds of this third stanza. Third and goal at the Rice 8. Rice leads by 4. And Perry surveying things, but looking back to the near sideline to Coach Taggart. 6 seconds, 5 seconds left to snap it. Will they call the timeout? 3 to snap it, 2 to snap, and they finally do call that stoppage. Take a deep breath. And we have a timeout on the field. 23 seconds left, third quarter. Rice 14, FAU 10. Do not go anywhere. Back in a moment here from Boca Raton. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classic. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself for the next game. All Hands, Damn Fine Cocktails, proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
Build it, price it, own it. Go online and see Shoppers and John Deere's new way to get a John Deere tractor just the way you want it. Google Shoppers John Deere and let your John Deere tractor story begin. Build the tractor you want with the attachments you need to get your work done. Price it, no hidden costs, and financing options available for any budget. Own it, and Shoppers will deliver your John Deere tractor. Build it, price it, own it. It's Shoppers' new way to get the John Deere tractor you want your way. Shoppers, all things John Deere.
Rice football all season brought to you by our friends at Houston Methodist, the official healthcare provider for Rice Athletics. Visit HoustonMethodist.org. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Great to have a couple of their marketing reps, Kristen and Esther, on the trip with them. Just talked to them briefly during the halftime festivities. And with the other JP, Jen, the Learfield crew, they got some time at the beach today, had a good dinner last night. Appreciate Houston Methodist so much for all they do for Rice student athletes and the Houston community. But here, Nate, wow, big last 23 seconds, a well-called timeout there by Willie Taggart not to rush things, and a huge this is a points play here. This could be the difference between a lead going into the fourth quarter or not.
Yeah, that's true. And I think when you look at time of possession, now they actually own the time of possession, 21:01 to Rice's 18:20, and they have passed Rice in yards, 247 to 223 total yards. So Rice not able to get anything done, but FAU did a nice job of being able to move the ball down the field with the run.
Yeah. FAU giving the Rice Owls a dose of its own medicine. Rice coming in, third in the nation in TOP, time of possession, but Rice just hasn't had an opportunity, and when they did have it in the first half, they couldn't do anything.
That's because their rushing game has been working. And speaking of rushing, they really produced some pretty good running backs to the NFL. Remember Devin Singletary?
Motor.
Yes, back in 2016, he rushed 257 yards with Rice, and now he's playing running back for the Buffalo Bills. I actually had him on my fantasy team for about a week, and he gave me some pretty good points.
You got to keep him on the fantasy team.
Yeah.
All right, here's a big one coming up. Third down and goal at the 8 for FAU. Rice leads 14-10. Still 23 ticks left on this third quarter clock. FAU's Perry assembling the offense, takes the shotgun snap, looking left, throwing left. Little pick play there, Nate. Caught by Wester, going to the pylon left side. You get in. They have not signaled a touchdown yet. Rice saying they have the football. Rice, Ken Ichuku coming up saying they have the ball. What happened was they fumbled the football into the end zone. It went out of bounds. That has to be the call, and Rice will get this on a touchback. We'll see.
Unbelievable. And I believe that's the way it's going to go, because I think the ref did signal the other way, which would be Rice's way.
Running on the field is the runner fumbled prior to crossing the goal line into the end zone and out of bounds in the end zone. By rule, this is a touchback. First down, Rice.
Unbelievable.
You know this will be reviewed, and now we're getting a look on the Jumbotron to the left side.
The previous play is under further review.
At the change of possession, Wester going towards the end zone right at the line before crossing. He said the ball came out. Getting a gander on a closer look from behind. I don't know. It looks
so they're going to argue
that he crossed the goal line first.
Yeah, they're going to argue that he crossed the goal line before the ball was fumbled.
Or did he ever have possession of it to secure it, which it would have been an incompletion, but we don't have that extra camera.
Well, he took two steps. He had taken a couple steps, apparently. And so now they're going to argue that that's the case. But we'll have to see what the replay actually shows.
I think we got the two angles that they're looking at. We have the replay booth immediately to our right. Obviously, we can't see in there to see what they're looking at. But 16 seconds left. Here's what's at stake here. They can't go back and rule a touchdown, I believe. It would either be a 4th and goal, a retry again, or I guess they could actually, if they look at the replay. Yeah, they could rule a touchdown, which FAU would be up 16-14. Otherwise, it would be a touchback, and Rice would get the ball back at the 20-yard line.
They have to complete the play. So we're going to see if he thinks the play was completed.
After review, ruling on the field of a fumble into a touchback stands.
There you go.
Yeah, you have to complete the play.
Just when Rice needed something to go their way, they have barely had the ball in the third quarter. Their defense comes up a big. They force the fumble. They get it back. Ken Ichuku knew it immediately. He came racing out of it. And I thought, okay, something's up here if Ken is saying it. And the Owls will have the football at the 20. What a massive turn of momentum there.
Yeah, you have to be able to complete the play, and I'm hoping that the Rice Owls receivers saw that. If they make a play, you look like you're about to cross the plane. You have to complete the play. You got to come down with the ball. You can't fumble it hoping for a goal line finish.
Offset eye behind Mcmahon, under center at the 20. The snap, the turn, hand to Broussard, up the middle, chugging forward, broke a thigh tackle. And he will lunge forward and get a couple. So second down and 10 as the young guy making the tackle there. Petway helped out.
That's the end of the third quarter. Media timeout.
So that'll do it going into the fourth quarter. Rice 14 and FAU 10. Another barn burner coming here in Boca Raton. We had that last time. We'll talk about that a little more coming up when we start the fourth quarter. Rice 14, FAU 10. This is Rice football from Muirfield.
The newly renovated Houston Marriott Medical Center Museum District is a proud new sponsor of Rice University Athletics. For visiting families and fans, the closest hotel to Rice University is delighted to offer preferred rates. Guests will enjoy 2 new restaurants, an indoor pool, a new exclusive M Club lounge, and complimentary shuttle service within 2 miles of the hotel. Visit Marriott.com to learn more.
What do you do when you need safe, reliable corporate transportation? You go Win. Win Transportation is one of the largest group transportation providers in Texas, a leader in charters, shuttles, and special events of all sizes. 5 people or 5,000. Win offers customizable team transportation with a wide range of motor coaches, minibuses, and vans. So, for safe, reliable corporate transportation, do like the Owls and go Win. Book at GoWin.com. GOWYNNE.com.
Next broadcast of Rice House football next week in the cozy hamlet of Ruston, Louisiana, as the lights have been turned off here intentionally. The lights flickering, and folks have their cell phone lights swaying back and forth.
That's a pretty cool deal.
But that game in Ruston next week kicks at 2 o'clock, 1:30 Houston Methodist pregame. Owls and the Bulldogs meet for the last time for a while as members of CUSA. La Tech is now 2-4 on the season after that loss in North Texas today. But you can listen to all or part of it. Rice Owls Game Day app, the Varsity Network app, riceowls.com. We have the all games this season also on YouTube and Facebook streams as well in the booth.
Again, what they do with the lights here is really pretty cool. A lot of stadiums cannot do this. You have to have the technology to be able to do it.
Yeah, it takes the newer light stanchions, which obviously last for a long time, but you have those LED lights, which actually illuminate more, you're the Rice guy, luminescence, the brightness, and
illuminate.
The reason I know this is because Southern Miss Baseball, there's your tie, Nate, they added some new lights, and it was your boy Jack Duggan explained it to me how they have to have those new lights. They have that now. Look at our Houston Methodist leaderboard. It has not been a pretty game. McMahon 8 of 18, but 173 yards passing. As Rice 225 total yards. FAU 22 extra plays to only get 30 extra yards in this one. Time of possession, FAU about 13 minutes time of possession in that third quarter. They now have had it about 26 and a half minutes. Rice 1 of 6 on third downs, FAU 4 of 13. Rushing-wise, Mcmahon leads them with 77 yards. Perry has stepped up a little bit, but still a rough game passing, 12 of 23 for 101 yards. Not to be overlooked, Bradley Rosner, how about his day? 4 catches, 135 yards for the big fella from Neatville.
JP, if 38 plays for Rice, that's a record. I mean, at this point in the game, because you look at FAU, they've run 60 plays. Normally in a game, you're running anywhere between 60 to 80 plays. And right now, Rice is at 38.
Yeah, again, FAU giving a dose of Rice its own medicine there. As we're coming back from that break to start the fourth quarter with Nate Griffin. I'm JP Heath. Walter Engineering, Bob on the stats. And we have Ashley back in the studio. Mr. Bernard, man in the white hat, says we can get this thing going. 2nd down and 8, Rice at its 22, coming from left to right. You've got McCaffrey and Rosner to the right. We have not had a catch tonight from Luke McCaffrey, have we?
We have not.
So hopefully that'll script will change. 2nd down and 8, the 22-yard line for Rice. First play of this fourth quarter coming up from McMahon. Rice leading 14-10. Snap TJ, looking right, hoisting it deep down the right sideline for Rosner. Over the shoulder attempt, but it's batted away, the 47. Good job on pass defense by that nickelback, Jaden Williams, redshirt freshman from Tampa coming in. Now the Owls of Rice in a 3rd and 8. They're on 22.
I think Bradley Rosner had a play on that ball. Once again, you have the hot play. because you got a defender that's a little smaller and you're on an 8 route, which is straight down the field. It's basically a go route. And at that point, you have to be able to high point that ball if you can.
Owls only 1 of 6 on third downs here today. They need 8 from their own 22. McMahon puts Broussard as a wingback to the left. Bradley tied in right side. TJ taking the shotgun snap, let her high. Looking, hit hard as he throws high over the middle, almost intercepted, but trapped to the 44 by the FAU safety Toombs coming over there. Haven't said his name a lot, but now Rice will punt it right back.
Well, here's where the defense needs to turn, a big play into 7 points. We've seen that happen before, where the defense has come up big. The offense not able to move the ball. That's, attribute that to the FAU defense playing much better and playing in their lanes and getting some pressure on TJ.
Connor Hunt, the punt. Jacob Wilson, the deep snapper from Pittsford, New York, about to snap this one back. 6 to snap, but they get it back. Hunt floats the ball out there and kicks one very high, and it turns over into FAU territory, and Wester calls for that fair catch, the 38, for a 41-yard skyscraper for
media timeout
Mr. Hunt. And we have a timeout on the field, as you hear them say. 14-40, just getting a sweat going in this fourth quarter. Rice 14, FAU 10. This is Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Karbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Karbach Brewing Company.
Rice fans, need a place to stay while watching your Owls play ball? Located just steps from campus is the Hilton Houston Medical Center. Visit us today at HoustonPlaza.Hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount. Again, that's HoustonPlaza.Hilton.com or call 713-313-4000 to get that special Rice discount now.
We've met a couple times, but I certainly don't know him well. But what I do know is he's like the third Harbaugh child. And so there's a lot of the toughness that's instilled there. There's a lot of the things with Jack and Jim that Jack especially instilled in Willie Taggart. I know Willie played for him. Western Kentucky won a national title for him there. And you just look at Willie, like the success he's had in coaching, from getting an opportunity under Jim Harbaugh at Stanford coaching running backs to being the head coach at Western Kentucky, then the head coach at South Florida, then going to Oregon and Florida State. And he's got all that experience with him now at FAU.
That's Dunleavy family head football coach Mike Bloomgren talking about Willie Taggart during the week, they got a couple loose connections there as Willie Taggart left Stanford a year or two before Mike Bloomgren got there. Taggart originally was a running backs coach, and he won a national title at Western Kentucky for Jack Harbaugh, dad of Jim and John. But, hey, this has been a good matchup so far, and those two coaching principals duking it out here. Just starting this fourth quarter, 20 seconds in. Rice 14 and FAU 10. First down and 10 now for the FAU Owls.
Taggart also was the head coach of Florida State, where Bloomgren came from as well.
His alma mater. So everybody knows everybody.
There you go.
In this profession, right? He said he didn't know him too well, but always a loose connection. Again, we're on the Varsity Network app, the Rice Owls Game Day app, and riceowls.com. A snap and a handoff, and FAU's back streaking through around the left side. McMahon up to the 40, got 3 yards. Second down and 7 for the FAU Owls, right to left at their 40.
Boy, they need a turnover here. And, you can already feel Ryan Smith's presence in our broadcast booth right now. We're going to get a turnover.
Channeling is inner DC, second and 7, FAU, it's 40. They have the pistol set first time tonight. Perry with McCammon by him. Now he moves out of that. Snap hand to McCammon. Shifts his way by Piercy. Sprints his way up the middle. Cuts left into Owls territory. Kirk Walk on a touchdown-saving tackle inside the 45. Brought him down around the 42-yard line. What a tackle by the Cedar Hill free safety there, Lockhart, after that 18-yard run, and they go tempo after that first down. Trips to the right, Hash left that snap. Handoff, and Inajuku sprints. Check that. Piercy brings down McMahon from behind right at the line of scrimmage. No gain, 2nd and 10, the 42.
Yeah, that was a great play by Josh Piercy that time to actually move from his right defensive end spot, going towards his left and make that play. Bring that running back down.
McMahon checks out now, and they bring Johnny Ford back in. The seldom used running back was thought to be their number one guy coming into the year. 1st and 10 at the Rice 42. Back to pass is Perry. Looking, lots of time. Sprints out to the right with Morrison chasing him down. Throw right sideline and a tippy-toe catch of the 35 falling out of bounds. They will give it to Jaquan Burton, redshirt junior from Orlando. Only went for 7 yards, but could have been a big loss on that play. There's a down owl on the field.
A couple flags down too, JP, and we'll have to see what those for. Wide receiver territory, defensive back territory.
By default, you probably know by now when I say down owl, it means Rice. But Braylon Carroll is getting his, looks like his right leg worked on. You hope that's just cramps here. A little bit of humidity here. Temperature-wise, it's not terrible. And yeah, as Nate mentioned, you got some flags upfield. And now field judge talking to the FAU coaches clad in red. Officials put the yellow laundry back in their pockets, but what will this flag be?
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, defense, number 9. The 15-yard penalty is added to the end of the run, automatic first down.
Not good timing for Rice. That was Lockhart. A couple plays after making that great, one play after making that great touchdown saving tackle. It's the Owls' 3rd penalty of the evening.
Yeah, those kinds of plays hurt your team. That cannot happen. And certainly now they've got to try to make a play to make up for that one.
Mike Lundgren to the far way, talking to one of the side officials. Hey, what did he actually do? He's waiting to see. It will stand, but three officials joining together. Now they separate. Perry wanting a recycle of the signals there. First down at the Rice 20-yard line. That was a big penalty committed by the Rice House. 13:04 of this 4th quarter.
Especially if they score. That's again, the defense is going to have to come up with a play to make up for that play penalty that was generated by them.
Rice 2-0 this season when leading after 3 quarters. They were leading here today, but FAU is trying to get its first lead of the game. Rice 14, FAU 10. Ball's right at the 20 on the right hash. Still some more waiting as they finally explain things to Coach Lundgren on the far sideline. But Coach Lundgren talking to the man in the white hat, Rory Bernard.
He's trying to buy his team some time. And Lockhart also doing the same thing, talking with the refs, trying to get an understanding. Hey, what did I do?
Lockhart, that safety high in place of Nyaqual. Owls have 4 down rushing here. 1st and 10 at the 20. Now we're finally back to play here. 2 minutes into the 4th quarter. Rice leading by 4. Snap, hand to McCammon. Tries to squeak his way through that gap between the center and the left guard. Got a couple on that play. Morrison, thankfully, back out there. Coming up there to play the run alongside Orgy. Got 2. 2nd down and 8 at the 18.
There's plenty of time left in this game. So there's no need to panic if you're Rice, but you don't want to give up the score, if you're Rice either, at this point.
Rice on the season is 3-2. Trying to go to 4-2, of course, and unscathed in Conference USA. Trying to go to 2-0. Tight end in motion is Boatwright. Shotgun is Perry. Takes the snap. Hands right to McCallum. Dips his way away from Floyd. Then he gets stood up at the line of scrimmage by Orgy. Williams, Morrison helping out on that team defensive play. No gain. 3rd down and 8 at the 18. Big sequence coming up here for both Owls.
But this FAU offense is like a gnat. They just keep getting in your face. You're trying to swat them away. They come up with a big play, and you wonder, how did that happen? They do it again.
FAU only 4 for 13 on their 3rd downs here tonight. Play clock down to 10. They're not in any hurry here. It's a massive play here. 3rd and 8 at the Rice 18-yard line. Now, it looks like a late change of the play call, but there's only 2 seconds left to snap. It comes back in the waist. Perry looking right, going towards the end zone. It's hot in front of Fresh. They do call it a touchdown. Calling that a drive route there, Nate. And they score from 20 yards out. We'll get a number on that receiver, but a great catch right by Fresh. Perry, who's not been accurate at all tonight, puts it on a dime when it counts. That's Jamal Edrin, his 3rd touchdown of the season.
Yeah, that was a short 8, if you will, and certainly when you look at how Fresh tried to play, he didn't have time to get his back turned, get his head around and see where the pass was coming from. Maybe he would have been able to knock it down, but that was just a good pass by Perry.
FAU trying to make it a 3-point lead now. Perry, his 16th touchdown pass of the season. Had a field goal earlier for the offense and a rushing touchdown. This PAT is up and good by Suarez. Brand new ball game here, folks. FAU 17 and Rice 14 now. Rice gets the football back after this. 11:22 of this 4th quarter. This is Rice football from near field.
Doubletree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the Medical Center, the Museum District, or Rice University. We offer the largest suite in the Medical Center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the Doubletree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you do a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The Parking Spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
11:22 in the 4th quarter, we have a lead change. FAU has taken the lead 17-14 now over Rice on the strength of a 7-play, 63-yard drive. Took 3 minutes and 18 seconds off the clock, so there's plenty of time left in the game, if you will. 11:22, an 18-yard pass from Perry to Edrin, and all of a sudden we have a different ball game. 17-14, FAU now leading.
We knew it'd be like this, be close, Rice and FAU, even though that this is just the 4th meeting all time. Rice has won 2 of the first 3 games. The first meeting between the two since 2016. Dreyfus Jackson led a furious Rice comeback. There was a 90-minute lightning delay, and Rice came back and won that game. Dreyfus Jackson also had a 90-yard drive that lasted less than a minute after a big couple of plays. And I remember them hunkering out inside the close quarters underneath. But Rice and FAU playing for the first time in a while. And Nate, we haven't talked about this too much on air, but Rice trying to break some roll doldrums. They've gotten the winning mindset going, but not on the road. They've lost 4 straight on the road since winning at UAB last year. They've lost 7 of 8 since that big win at Marshall 2 years ago. So they'll have to earn this 4th quarter comeback here today.
You're right. They have to earn it. And if they're able to earn this one, this is one that goes to the confidence belt. They're within reach. They're definitely within reach. And, of course, it's going to take some good play on the offense. They have plenty of time left on the clock to get it done, JP.
Will not turn down a good special teams return here from Ottaviano. FAU 17 and Rice 14 here now. Appreciate you listening or syncing us up, watching it. Ottaviano lets it go by his left shoulder. That's big. It goes out of bounds. Second time here today that it went out of bounds.
Kick out of bounds.
The FAU kicking
tape. Ball will be placed at the 35-yard line. First down.
Good job by Ottaviano. You could tell he kind of had the alligator arms. That was good not to reach out and try to touch that one.
Yeah, he knew it. We could see it going out of bounds. The ball actually landed out of bounds. It was a very good play on his part. Now his team, instead of being, now they're on the 35-yard line. It's a great field position.
Owls have McMahon, of course, at quarterback, making his 5th consecutive start. Only 8 of 20 passing tonight. Against a solid secondary, 173 yards, though. Still at around 8 yards per attempt. He's found Rosner 4 times, 135 yards, and McCaffrey just 1 catch for 5 yards tonight. Snap, play action, Broussard. McCaffrey has checked that. McMahon coming back, throwing it deep right side, caught by Luke McCaffrey. His ears were ringing as he made that catch at midfield and pitter-pattered his feet. A couple more yards downfield, down to the 47-yard line for 18 yards and a Rice first down.
And there's a flag on the field. That's going to be pass interference on the defense of FAU.
Yeah, you're right. They hid that flag there.
Defense. Holding. Defense. Penalty decline. Result of the play. First down.
Mr. Bernard has had a eventful night with his microphone there, but he gets the point across. Has obviously declined there as McCaffrey gets his second catch, and he moves out of the huddle far side, left side now. Owls have tight end Bowden Groon out to the left side here. Shotgun is McMahon. Rosner right side. Here's the snap. Looks right, dips that shoulder, runs left, laterally at the 50. A flag comes in as McMahon dips that shoulder, and he is brought down by Petway. But let's see what this flag is all about. I think holding on Rice to put them back in their own territory, I think. But I have been wrong before. Mazes, folks.
Holding. Defense.
There you
Number
go.
97. 10-yard penalty from the previous play. Automatic first down.
J.P. Rosner is a threat. And that time he was double covered. And so you've got guys pulling and tugging and holding his jersey. And, of course, in a double coverage, they figure, I'm talking about the DBs, they figure the refs can't see him. So they're going to pull a trick or two.
They move the ball over here to this near hash at the 37-yard line. Left to right, Rice driving.
I've worked that sideline until I couldn't work it anymore near side.
We're at the 37, and that's Rosner here, guarded by Smoke Munkin near side. Shotgun is McMahon. Here's the snap. Give to Broussard. Didn't like it right side. Turns his way up the middle. Brushes the arm contact coming away from Petway, the linebacker, to get a few more yards there to the 30. Good secondary contact there to give him 8 yards on first down. Yeah, 7 yards checked that. Second down and 3.
That was a wonderful cutback. That he saw that there were no running lanes in the direction of which the play was actually being called, so he cut back against the grain and was able to pick up a few more yards. And his average is going to be much better than it has been in the past.
Broussard now 11 carries and near 50 yards. You're right. You got Cam Montgomery in there as one of the backs. Connor's out there too. Second down and 2. Here's the snap. Give to Montgomery. Stretching it around the right in the 30. Cuts it down to the 25. Bradley trying to block, but his defender shook him free. And about a 4.5-yard gain, but a first down, no less. And a late flag came in there. Area of a personal foul, maybe on FAU.
Could be.
Wouldn't turn that down.
After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Defense, number 22. The penalty is half the distance to the goal and an automatic first down.
That was the nickel
This
back.
is number 22's first unsportsmanlike foul of the game toward disqualification.
That's Williams there, that nickelback.
That's 3 penalty flags now during this drive. And so the Rice Owls need to be aware of that. Don't do anything cute. Stay out of penalty flag trouble, and you will be able to get into the end zone. Because right now, FAU is they're giving them the yards they need to be able to score.
Rosner and McCaffrey in tandem out of the huddle to the left side. First down to the 13-yard line. FAU 17, Rice 14. Owls driving here. McMahon in the middle of those two backs again. He's got tight end Bradley to the left. 2 receivers to the left. Snap. Hand Montgomery. Chipped in the backfield. Turns direction. Comes around near way. 2 separate flags on the play now. And Montgomery gets hit hard out of bounds at 10.
But there's a penalty on the play.
Let's see.
It could be offside. Somebody might have jumped. Let's see what happened here.
Officials getting flag happy, as Nate mentioned, in this fourth quarter. Coming down the final stretch
Offside.
Yeah.
Defense, number 7, in the neutral zone at the snap. 5-yard penalty, first down.
So the 2 flags in, but the 2 officials on either side of the field both saw the same thing.
Yeah, saw a jump too. So they call that offsides, and that's a really big play. Again, they're going to look back and they're going to say this last drive, that's about 50 yards of penalties.
And 9 penalties in the evening on FAU for 65 yards. McMahon shotgun. Got the back. West is in there for the first time. Snap in a hand, and Uriah trying to turn his way to the right. And the former collegian that played Jacksonville State is brought down. No gain. He'll be at the 12-yard line, second down and about 5.
I know usually they don't like to bring Cam in situations like this. They want to go with the bigger backs once they get inside the red zone and inside the 10. But this is a Cam Montgomery moment, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Play OC here.
He wouldn't turn it down, but Cam is not there. We see Esdale out of the huddle to the left, Broussard the back. They have to get to the 4 for the first down. Second down and 5 at the 8-yard line. Snap, play action McMahon, looking left, throwing back of the end zone. It is juggled and incomplete. Oh, McCaffrey. Oh, a deflection, and it's picked off by FAU. Good job by the FAU Owls. I think
It's an interception by the defense.
Munkin got that pick and took it away from McCaffrey. Second pick of the night thrown by by Rice. And a look on that replay after the play action, saw a little pressure. It bounced and ricocheted off of McCaffrey's helmet and came down to the diving back behind the play. Monken, he was not the one in coverage, but he was the beneficiary of that deflection coming back.
Boy, I really would like to see that again.
Second down, check that. First down coming up FAU. Oh, that's a big momentum turner as well, too.
That's huge, and they're probably going to try to run the ball instead of throw it, so your opportunities for interceptions will be limited here.
And Nate, you're thinking here you might get the ball back once. You might get it back once.
They'll get it back.
The way FAU has held the ball. Heck, they had 12 minutes time of possession in that third quarter alone. FAU snap, handoff right side. You know they're going to run it. And the back is past the 25-yard line to the 27. Young man coming out the bottom of the pile is Mobley. Gets 6 yards. Second down and 4. Conti on that tackle. Well. 7:40 to go in this one. Clock moving. And Griffin going to make his way down. Finally, I get the mic time I've been wanting.
As though I'm taking it all the way.
Oh, you're still on mic. There you go. And move Posey out of the huddle to the right. Ball's in the middle of the field. And the one tailback 7 yards back is Mobley. Snap hand to him. Sprints off the right end, and the Chuku flagging him down the line. A great tackle. Went for a gain of 2 yards. So third down and a big third and short situation coming up here for this FAU offense. Now, everything we told you was accurate with Nate just seconds ago. But if you can make a stop here, the third down and 2, and immediately get the ball back, you're cooking with fire again. FAU has not exactly been efficient as well on third down, just 5 of 14. Third down and 2, the 28 snap. Option pitch to the right side around the corner, and Mobley just gets just enough around that right end before taking a little shimmy out of bounds at the 32, right in front of freshman Chuku. First down, just like that. Got just enough on that first down. Mobley and McCammon been very effective running the football tonight. Again, this is an FAU offense, top 30 in the country rushing the ball. And, yeah, they're knocking on the door of that 200-yard rushing average on the season. Still 6 minutes left of regulation. FAU 17, Rice 14. FAU the ball back after that deflected interception in the end zone. Now they're out to the 32, right to left. Snap. And Perry in the backfield. Hit. Josh Piercy makes that hit, brings him down at the 27-yard line. They might call that a running play, but it's a loss of 5 yards either way. A tackle for a loss by Josh Piercy. Had those 2 sacks both in the final minute against UAB 2 weeks ago. And second down and 15 play here now. 5:44 to go. FAU, of course, not in a hurry to stop the clock. They've got 2 timeouts left. Rice, all 3 of its timeouts. Mike Bloomberg obviously wanting to save them till he needs them. Under center is Perry. I formation behind him. Snap. Hand to the deep back. Mobley sprinting left, shifting those hips. Got bumped by Chamberlain, and he moves upfield to get the first down. Past the original line of scrimmage, Watching the game through the binoculars here without a spotter. He did get up to the original line of scrimmage, so 3rd and 10. That's a big difference from that first down. Now they a little more swiftly up to the line of scrimmage here. They're only 6 of 15 on their 3rd downs here, and now Mike Bloomgren wants a stoppage. Our timeout is called. I think that was from Coach Bloomgren, or did FAU beat him too?
Timeout Rice. First charge timeout of the half.
Yeah, we'll have a timeout on the field as well. 4:54 to go in this 4th quarter. Another barn burner down to the wire. FAU 17, Rice 14. 4:55 to go. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Howdy Homemade Ice Cream is here. Howdy is an ice cream shop in Katy, Texas that makes ice cream in-house and has a unique mission to employ individuals that are differently abled. Stop by and enjoy some ice cream. With every scoop you buy, you help support employment for special needs. Coming to Rice Athletics venues in the fall.
Hey fans, this is Wayne Cook, co-host of College Sports Now. We're breaking down all the action from around the country every week during the football season. We'll look beyond the box score and keep our finger on the pulse of college football from September all the way to the national championship game in January. Listen all season long on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you'd love to get your podcasts. And be sure to follow along on Twitter at CS Now Tweets.
Heath Nate Griffin moves down to the field. No surprise from his college playing days. Hear from him in a second. How would you like to be able to listen to us while synced up to your TV, the comfort of your own home? It's easy. Go to syncmygame.com, syncmygame.com to find out how. Shout out to our regular sideline guru, Jason Metco, for doing that tonight. He was telling me. I also want to give a shout out to Rice Owls Insider. If you miss any part of the Mike Bloomgren show, you can subscribe to the Rice Owls Insider podcast. Also some game highlights, interviews with AD Joe Cargar. We just dropped an AD pod yesterday, I do believe. But wherever you get your podcasts, you can hear the latest updates from inside the department from the boss man, Dr. Joe Cargar. You can also ask Alexa, play Rice Owls Insider podcast. Isn't that fancy?
Yeah, it sounds like it's fancy.
Just like you, Nate Griffin. Quick feet getting down the elevator here.
That doesn't take any time to get down. They were about to shut the elevators down. One more time, at the 8-minute mark, that's about the time when you need to get down. So
you just won't get off that point. You're gonna keep talking about on the plane home. You're gonna be talking about.
You have to build. You have to build up the drama. That's the thing. Like this game right now.
Massive play coming up right now for the FAU offense. 3rd down and 10 at their own 32. FAU 17 and Rice 14. Perry out of that shotgun as the back by him, Mcmahon. One receiver to the left, Wester. Other one is Edrin. 2 receivers to the right side. They look back for that other play call. 3rd and 10. Back to pass. Looking left side. Throwing deep down the left side. Incomplete. Miscommunication on that adjusted route. The other receiver, Marvin Landy there. And Nate Rice looks to get the football back in prime position.
Now here's the thing. They have 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in this game. They don't have to rush it. So they've got to calm TJ down. TJ has to complete some passes. They need to work the boundary. Remember, against UAB, that's what they did. They worked the boundary, completed some passes, give them some confidence, and then, boom, hit them, at the end with what they need to do.
Here comes the pass, sliding just to his punt. Sliding to his right is Thompson, punts it across the grain. Caught by Fresh, the 25. Moving to his left, running to the numbers, the 30, sprinting up the left sideline, and keeps going at the 50, zigzagging, crisscrossing, going down the numbers, and he's to the 48, 47-yard line. What a return by Sean Fresh. I scan the fields, and the only yellow I see is that yellow from Thompson, the punter's shoes. And there's a down FAU out near that Rice sideline to the far way. A 26-yard return by Sean Fresh. And we have a timeout on the field. 4:34 to go in this ball game. FAU 17, Rice 14. What a return to set them up in prime position here. Back in a moment. This is Rice football from Learfield.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
Hey, it's JP here to tell you that, yes, there's more Rice Owls content out there for you to consume. Subscribe and download the official podcast of Rice Athletics, Rice Owls Insider. Rice Owls Insider provides a unique new look at a variety of head coaches, players, and other integral voices inside the Rice Athletics department. Plus, you can find archived coaches shows as well. For the best in Rice Owls content, subscribe to Rice Owls Insider, the official podcast of Rice Athletics. Available on Apple, Stitcher, and Spotify. Damon Hill, one of their defensive backs from Palmetto, Florida. A Central Michigan transfer is being helped out. Can't put any weight on that left foot. You hate that for him, especially at a crucial time like this. But Rice will have the football after an outstanding, 26-yard return by Fresh Bob to the FAU 47-yard line. Yeah, 31 yards by Fresh on that return. Nate, these two teams, even though it's been a while, they play close games. And another a great tight close one here just off the ocean.
Well, one owl is going to prove to be a little tougher than the other, but I tell you what, one thing that we saw from Sean Fresh that time was that return, which is what they needed. They needed a big-time return, because when you have 4 minutes and 34 seconds left on the clock, normally a touchdown drive takes about how long? 3 to 4 to 5 minutes. So in this case, midway, you got the ball at I want to say at the 50-yard line, and there at the 50-yard line is where you can make some things happen. You got to try to make TJ comfortable. I think working some out routes, don't put him in a situation where he's got to throw the ball towards the middle of the field. That's where he's had problems tonight. So try to take him out of that, see if you can get some downfield passes, see if you can work the boundary, and get a score here.
Credit FAU's defense in Todd Orlando. They have adjusted after Rice came out, moving the ball pretty well offensively. They had 14-0 lead after the first quarter, but the Owls haven't scored since. FAU scored the last 17 points of the game. 4:34 remaining. First down, Rice at the FAU 47. A field goal would tie, and a touchdown would put them ahead. Let's see what Marcus Tuiasosopo and the Owls offense have drawn up here. McCaffrey goes in motion to the far way. Snap McMahon, play action, looking back across the middle, goes down the left sideline. Tight coverage, it's knocked away, incomplete, the 24. Looking for McCaffrey. He's turning back, wondering why there wasn't a penalty call on the safety Toombs there.
Well, again, they're doing the right thing, working the sidelines like we just talked about, work the boundary. But you got to cut your routes off. You're going to have to go a little shorter. Remember what FAU's been doing to Rice. They've been working those short pass patterns. That's what Rice is going to have to do. Work the short routes and just ding and ding and ding until you get into the end zone.
Hey, speaking of that, Cam Montgomery in there, second straight play. 2nd and 10, the 47. Speed makes a difference. Let's see if he can do it here. Groom the tight end off the line to the right. Here's the snap. Play action Montgomery. McMahon wanting to heave it. Time. Throwing deep. Over the middle. Looking to McCaffrey. It's deep. It's picked off at the goal line. Over the shoulder. Interception by Adams. The free safety. Another touchback. The third pick of the day by McMahon. And FAU will get it back, leading 17-14. Thought he saw something. Instead of going short, they went long, and FAU has it on the turnover.
We talked about the middle of the field. That's where the Rice Owls have had problems.
On the field and an interception by FAU in the end zone for a touchback.
The reason for that is the defenders have been in his face. When you send a defender straight up the middle of the field at TJ, he can't see, and that's a problem. When he can't see, trying to go down the middle of the field, and remember, that's where they're throwing the passes. They're running the post routes. If you throw an 8 or a 9 route, which an 8 route would be even to the field, or a 9 route would be odd to the field, you got a shot. But when you throw it down the middle of the field and he can't see it, the defender's in his face, that's a possible pickoff, and that's what we saw just a moment ago.
But all hope is not lost. Rice still 2 timeouts and 4:18 to go. I wonder if FAU, great success running the football, you'd imagine that they would keep it on the ground. They've got almost 200 yards rushing on the evening. 4:18 to go. FAU 17, Rice 14. 4:18 left, 1st and 10. They're on 20 snap and a handoff around the left end. And up to the 21-yard line to go McMahon. Only gains 1 yard there. 2nd down and 9.
They still have a shot. There's plenty of time left on the clock. Again, 4:03 remaining on the clock. So the clock also works against FAU in this case. But when it gets down to about the 2-minute mark, that's when you have to be a little bit more concerned. Right now, Rice is going to have to get the ball back quick.
McMahon, 23 carries, 100 yards. That's the 3rd time this year. Guys run for 100 or more on Rice. And, of course, still a lot of time left. 3:40 to go, 2nd and 9. They're milking that clock. 5 to snap it, 4 to snap. Shotgun here to Perry. Handoff short side left. And a good job by Floyd. Oh, he pulled him down by his face mask, or what they call it on Floyd here, as immediately Johnny Ford popped up and said, aren't you going to call that? As I think he brought him down by the horse collar or the helmet. We'll see.
I don't. Maybe you have a better vantage point than
Safe
I.
to say.
Horse collar tackle. Defense, number 50. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic 1st down.
Yeah, this is where it gets hairy, Nate. 3:30 to go in the game. You can't just give them those fresh sets of downs. Yeah, and Floyd reaching out to the only thing he could catch, and that was the collarbone area for safety reasons. You obviously see why that's a rule there.
Yeah, sometimes you have to allow your teammates to make a play versus getting a 15-yard penalty. I'll take an extra 5 versus giving them 15.
Perry directing the offense. He puts Ford on his left side. They stack the receivers both ways. Snap, handoff, left side. And Ford is brought down by Piercy and Inachuku. Loss of 2 yards on the play, and Rice calls the timeout.
Timeout, Rice. 2nd charge timeout.
They have 1 timeout remaining with 3:03 to go. And you can't complain about that stoppage. It comes at a good spot with them behind the line of scrimmage. There'll be a 2nd down and 12 coming up, Nate.
The thing is, you want to give your guys time. You need to settle them down. You got 3:03 remaining. You got to give them the confidence they need to go out and make the plays on defense that they need to make. And right now, it's all about managing the timeouts. It's all about managing the clock with 3:03 remaining. So I can tell you right now, FAU is going to do that. They have the vantage point right now being up 3. So Rice, if they can manage the time, make some plays here, you'll have enough time for a 2-minute drive at the end of the game.
Yeah, the problem is just the Owls have not had the ball to make those plays in the second half. FAU getting the football back in this possession with the Owls driving was at a 2nd and 10 from around the 44, 45-yard line. And pass was intercepted into the end zone from McMahon looking for McCaffrey deep. But FAU has it back at the 34, 2nd down and 12. Snap, hand, left side, and they roll down the running back of Ford here. Isaiah Floyd coming over there making that tackle. Yard gain, 3rd down and 11. Mike Bloomgren elects to use his last timeout there.
Timeout, Rice. 3rd and final timeout.
I know what he's doing. I know.
Please reset the game clock.
Look,
2 minutes,
here's what they can do.
54 seconds.
Hurry up if they want to. But it looks like with Bloomgren calling the timeouts, that doesn't give FAU the chance to do that. And in this case, you're wondering, well, why would they run tempo in a situation like this? They'll have to. The 2nd down, it's going to be 3rd down and what? 3rd down and 11?
3rd and 12.
3rd and 12. So they want to try and eat the clock, as much of the clock off as they can. But if they can get Rice in a situation where they're not ready to play defense, an extra man on the field or what have you, then there's another 5. You're chipping your way down the field, and that's really what they want to do.
Rice and FAU prone to playing these close games. Rice rallied from 12 points down in the last quarter after a 1 hour and 30-minute weather delay to win the only previous meeting in Boca Raton, 27-26, almost 6 years ago. And now Standard Eye here behind Perry. 2:54 left in the game. No timeouts left by Rice. 17-14, FAU lead. 3rd and 12, 6 of 16 on third downs. They hand off to the right side, and nothing going for the FAU back. A parliament of Owls back there. Inachuku, Piercy, and company bringing them down. Loss of a yard on the play. 4th down and 13 coming up. How about your all-conference guy Inachuku and Piercy helping out?
Yeah, they're really playing big, but the clock is not your friend now. Clock is still running at 2:30. You can't stop it. So now you got to have at least 3 or 4 plays to be able to run. If you're Rice, it's probably going to get down to the 2-minute mark, and that's what we were talking about earlier, right?
Scoreboard mark. Yes, and scoreboard says Rice has a timeout left, and they do not. FAU has 2 timeouts left, 2:10 to go now, and FAU might take one of those timeouts. Yes, indeed.
Second charge timeout of the half. 30 seconds.
They've got 1 timeout left. Rice does not have any. 2:09 to go. So, yeah, like you were saying, Nate, Fresh would probably fair catch this one. Odds are that's what will happen outside of a big roll. You don't want to let the football get behind you in this situation, correct? You love a 15, 20, 30-yard return, but you just can't let the ball get behind you and to shorten that field as much as possible.
If he's able to get a good return, at the end of that return, he's going to have to go out of bounds if he doesn't see a way to get up the field. And knowing Sean Fresh, he's not that kind of guy. If he has an opportunity to take it.
Breaking up on us a little bit. We love hearing your the dulcet tones.
I'm trying to move somewhere where I got to get up cheerleaders. This is the time to crack jokes. Trying to get somewhere where I can have reception.
Yeah, we got to hear you. We got to hear you. As it's 2:09 to go. FAU 17, Rice 14, 4th and 13, and the punter Thompson comes back. Owls bring the house on the rush. It's a high punt, and then it bounces down to 35. Fresh takes it on the run and just gets planted at the 30-yard line. Good job on the special teams unit. I think they'll give that one to Eddie Williams, their star linebacker, playing special teams. Around that, Gerald's actually special teams. He was around there. They'll give him that huge hit. So there you go, Nate. Exactly 2 minutes to go. Rice a field goal to try to tie. A touchdown would give them the lead. FAU 17 and Rice 14. Another seat squirmer here for the Rice Owls.
You have to work the sidelines. The problem is FAU knows that. So you got if you're a receiver, you got to cut your routes off.
Remember the end of that Houston game where the Owls were able to quickly get down the field in just a little over a minute. Here they have it now, first down for Rice, starting at their own 33, 5 wide set for McMahon. Shoulder fake, spins up the middle, gets away from the intended tackler and throws a chest pass to the left, caught by Dean Connors up to the 39-yard line. Again, 6 yards, 2nd down and 4 coming up. Now the Owls have to go tempo here. McMahon out of the shotgun. No timeouts remaining for Rice. He stands tall. McMahon heaving it down the right sideline, looking for Campbell. It gets pushed around. The ball's juggled, knocked away, and incomplete finally at the 22. So the clock does stop with 1:34 to go. But Rice will have it, a 3rd down and 6 at the 39-yard line.
Thing is, Kobe Campbell looked back, saw that ball, tried to recover, and I thought a flag might have been called because the DP actually impeded his progress, but they looked back. Because he looked back, both were making a play on the ball.
I saw the same thing, Mr. Griffin. FAU 17, Rice 14, 2nd down and 3rd down and 4, for Rice at its own 39-yard line. McMahon gun, 4 wide receivers. Here's the snap. McMahon looking, throwing over the middle. It's incomplete to Rosner at the 48-yard line in FAU territory. Rice coach's hands out, wondering where the flag was there, but the referees who were so penalty happy early in this 4th quarter have stuffed those yellow hankies deep in their pockets, and the game comes down to this play. 4th down, and they're going to say 4. Yes, indeed.
They've got to get something dragging across the field. They've got to come from opposite field, and they've got to get it dragging across the field. And I can already see they're going to drop a man deep. That's a perfect play. 4th and 4. Drag it across the field. You should find some territory in there to be able to drop that pass right in there for a first down.
Here you go, Mr. Griffin. This could be the ball game. 4th down and 4 at the 39. Shotgun snap. McMahon looking middle, standing tall, throwing right side. It's high. It's tipped, incomplete at the 50. They had Esdale and McCaffrey in that area. McCaffrey wanted the flag. It does not come, of course, and the FAU will take it over on downs. Rice not able to convert. They were top 30 on the season, first in Conference USA in converting 4th downs. Like we said a few times, and Todd Orlando should get the game ball for FAU as the adjustments his defense made, as the Owls were blowing and going those first 2 series. Rice just couldn't get anything going since that first quarter. They couldn't get a lot going.
But JP, there was a man underneath. TJ had a man underneath, and he didn't see him. He was going for the man who was double covered. He had a man underneath wide open, and unfortunately, he didn't see him. That would have gotten him the first down. This drive would have continued, but, hey, man, it is what it is.
Unfortunately, that is the case. As the first knee comes down at the 119 mark, Rice cannot stop the clock. And FAU scoring the last 17 points of the game after Rice scored the first 14 points of the game. It comes down to, Nate, belief and trust, but one of the keys we talked about, you got to learn how to win these road games, as this will be the Owls' 5th straight road loss. They found that home magic, and they've got that confidence. They got that swagger, but just trying to turn those close games like they did against the Cougars, just trying to get those close games into the left side of the column. That's a tough thing to do at times.
I was convinced that they actually had the confidence to come here and win. I was convinced based on the way they played. But this FAU team, I got to give it to them. They stepped up today. They were 2-4 coming into this game, and I thought Rice had a better shot at getting it.
We had the last knee there. They don't have to run another play. 27 seconds left. We'll hear from Coach Bloomgren and Nate coming up here in a matter of moments, but 21 seconds left. FAU 17 and Rice 14. Not the prettiest of games with the stat sheet that we'll go over here in a little bit, but FAU made the big defensive plays when it counted. They came in with 4 picks on the defense coming in, and 3 picks tonight by that FAU secondary. 1 on a deflected ball in the end zone that would have put Rice ahead, and then they took it back, and Rice eventually got the ball back, but they weren't able to convert on a 4th down and 6 to the near sideline, and FAU took it a couple knees, and they're done, and it's going to be a quiet, long flight back to the Bayou City tonight.
And no doubt about that. And Coach Bloomgren is on his way over here. I know he's got some heartfelt things to say. Coach, this is why I know you're going to look back at this one and say why, or maybe what could we have done to win this game?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things. It starts with protecting the football. Winning as a team and losing as a team. But I sure didn't feel like we got our job done offensively. I mean, to come out and score no points in that second half, that's not what we're looking for. I thought our defense battled and battled and battled. And, again, like everybody on this team is giving everything they got, but we sure didn't play well. And that's a problem.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the defense. Defense really put you in position to try and win this game at the end.
They did. I thought defense did everything they could do to help us. I mean, holding this team to 17 points and giving us chance after chance after chance to go down and win. I mean, they did a great job. We need to do more offensively, and it starts with protecting the football.
All right, Coach, here's next Saturday. Thank you. All right. Hey, listen, I can see the dejection on his face, and I know why he's feeling the way he's feeling, because the offense came out here clicking, as you mentioned, first quarter. All of a sudden, they could not find the magic. And second, third quarter, fourth quarter belonged to FAU, and they found a way to win it, even though the defense kept them in it. Defense gave them a shot to win it at the end, but it just did not come out the way they thought it should.
Thank you, Nate. He'll be back up here for our Little Woodrow's postgame. The FAU Owls defeat the Rice Owls in the Battle of the Fighting Nightbirds, 17-14. FAU over Rice. More coming up here in our Little Woodrow's postgame. Stats, scores, and more coming up. And maybe this Astros game will end sometime this week. Stay tuned. More coming up. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Hey, Oscar, wake up. Hi, this is Otis and Oscar, the Talking Spokes Oysters for Acme Oyster House. You've probably seen us on TV. My friend Oscar is sleeping. You know, we oysters like our beds. Anyway, drop by tonight for a dozen raw, a dozen char grilled, a seafood platter, a po' boy, and maybe a few laughs. Come Acme, bro. Not you. Acme.
Acme Oyster House. Life's more fun with seafood.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
Your one-stop for all college sports is the Varsity app and the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com. Keep up with your favorite teams and the rest of college sports, no matter where you are, with thevarsitynetwork.com. Live and on-demand broadcasts, your favorite college-centric podcasts with stories and video around college sports and your favorite teams. Be sure to download the Varsity app and check out the brand new Varsity Network website, thevarsitynetwork.com.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting split. Down he goes.
The speed.
To the 50. To the 40. He's gone.
Western College Football.
For the end zone. Got it for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon with the ponies in the barn. Back to the end zone. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network. Rice Sports Network from Learfield. Welcome to the Little Woodrow's postgame show. Coming up, postgame reaction, including stats and highlights, other scores, and a look ahead at what's next for the Owls.
A lot to get to in the Little Woodrow's postgame. Nate making his way back up. I love the guy, and I'm so grateful. I don't know if he can hear me now. He's coming up. He's in the tunnel with all the fuzziness, but Nate doing double duty, that's not an easy thing to do. He made it sound a lot easier than it is to do color commentary from the sideline there. But FAU defeats Rice 17-14. You heard the dejection from Dunleavy family head football coach Mike Bloomgren. FAU wins this one. They snap their 3-game losing streak, and they defeat the Rice Owls. They're now 3-4 on the season and 2-1 inside Conference USA play. The Owls cannot get that first road win of the season. They dropped to 0-3 on the road and 3-3 on the season, and they are now 1-1 inside league action. Stats, scores, and more analysis of this one coming up next. FAU 17, Rice 14. Little Woodrow's postgame show continues. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Whether running a marathon or walking your dog, every movement matters. But when you're in pain, simple activities can feel unbearable. At Houston Methodist Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, our specialists can help you heal faster using the latest technology, minimally invasive procedures, and advanced physical therapy. As the top-ranked hospital in Texas, we have the expertise to keep you moving and help you get back to doing the things you love. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a 30-10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classics. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself for the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
North Star Pressure Washing, the only power washing company you will ever need for all your commercial and residential properties. Serving Houston and the surrounding areas for over 10 years, and now a proud sponsor for Rice University sports programs. Call us today for a free quote at 281-989-9244, because at North Star Pressure Washing, we never forget that your image is our business.
DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites is the preferred hotel for anybody visiting the medical center, the museum district, or Rice University. We offer the largest suites in the medical center, complete with full kitchens, and our full-service restaurant and outdoor pool will make your stay complete. We look forward to having you experience the DoubleTree by Hilton Houston Medical Center Hotel and Suites soon. And if you do a group rate or 10 or more rooms, don't forget to call 713-528-7744. That's 713-528-7744.
Rice Owls fall in this one to the FAU Owls by a 17-14 final. Hear from Nate again coming up here in a second. The elevator was broken, so he had to hoof it on the stairs. Oh, no, wait, there he is. Sorry, I gotta laugh through the pain of this one, Nate. FAU 311 total yards. Remember that most of that game. Thank you very much. Rice was dominating on the stat sheet, but then I'm telling you, I don't know the X's and O's like you do, but FAU was able to adjust things, mainly limiting Brad Rosner. He had one catch after the first quarter. Credit Mcmahon for finding him. And FAU ends up with 311 total yards. They did need 28 extra plays. They had 79 plays, a lot of that because of the up-tempo. Rice had 51 plays where they averaged a little over 5 yards per play. But FAU just over, in between 3 point, I got it right here, I don't know why I'm looking, 3.9 yards per play for the FAU Owls, but they ran the ball when they needed to, 185 rushing yards in the end. Yeah, they averaged 202 on the season, but McCammon was able, and he ends up below 100 yards, 99 yards on the evening. But he was able to really get the right. And Perry credit that. Remember that touchdown where they audibled into that play? He said it was that 8 route here to our left, and they got it just past fresh, and that ends up deciding the game. And FAU wins this one 17-14.
It was all about their defense adjusting. And I think if you walk with me through the tulips here,
okay,
maybe more like the jungle for you and me instead of the tulips. I don't want you walking through the tulips with it. But if we take a look at what happened here defense, I know, right? If we take a look here at what happened defensively, okay, you saw most of the blitzes from the outside in the first half, right?
Mm-hmm.
Second half, you saw the blitzes coming from the middle of the field, middle of defense. And they started seeing the blitzes up the middle, and what that did was that caused confusion for TJ. So they made adjustments there. They covered well on the back end, which took away any receivers to be able to get the ball to. And once you start turning that pressure up the middle, that's a problem for TJ he cannot see. And it's just as clear as day. When it happened on the field the last couple of times,
mm-hmm.
I said, that's what they're doing. That's what they started doing early in the second. Actually, they started doing it midway through the second quarter. They started sending the blitzes up the middle of the field.
And for any quarterback, it's tougher coming up the middle.
Well,
too,
when you're 6'1", that's a real problem. And I'm just being honest about it because everybody can see it. That's a real problem. And so you got to find a way, roll them out of the pocket, get them out of there.
And they did try that at times.
They tried that at times. Didn't quite work because FAU has a lot of speed on the outside. So they were able to get that done. They had some problems. And TJ wasn't exactly accurate tonight. That caused a problem, too. So when you're not accurate, you got the blitz coming at you. You're dealing with a whole lot. And you have to be able to settle down and find some kind of rhythm. But there was no rhythm for him to find tonight, and that made it very, very difficult for him to be able to complete some passes and for Rice to win this game.
I think you could sum up everything you said before was accurate, but if you just had to say one sentence, if the broadcasting folks said, say what you think in one sentence, that would be it. McMahon could not get into his rhythm the last 2.5 quarters, plus 2 and 3 quarters of the game to get into the rhythm. And the time of possession today, 12 and a half minutes of TOP for FAU in that third quarter. The game wasn't decided then, but they just didn't give the Owls any opportunity to try to get any momentum as FAU has the ball almost 37 minutes on the game and Rice just a little over 23 minutes on the game. Penalties, let's see. I go off on my screen to try to pull up the Astros game here. And I lose my spot for the penalties. But, Rice 4 for 55 yards and FAU 9 penalties for 65 yards on the game. Rice also on third downs. They've been so efficient on third downs most of the season. They're just 1 of 8 tonight. FAU had more than twice as many third down conversion attempts. They converted 6 of 17 third down chances in this game.
Never seen a game like this before.
It's weird. That was a weird game, yeah.
You can't find any kind of rhythm at all, and they basically kept TJ off balance all night, which is unusual. Normally, you get a spurt where you can find something. You start dumping the ball off, short passes, short pass routes. Maybe your running game starts going. And see what they also did, they made Rice one-dimensional. The run game was not working. They were really playing it well. And then all of a sudden, TJ couldn't find receivers. They were throwing the ball too deep down the field. I think if you go shorter routes, you can get something going. You got to have some checkdowns. I didn't see many checkdowns tonight. So a lot of things they'll go back and look at, and they'll wonder, why didn't we do this? But all in all, still 3-3. You still got a shot at a bowl game. And, you just need to come up with 3 big wins.
And the Owls are exactly halfway through that regular season after tonight. On that pace, but they want more. Stay tuned. We'll have more coming up. We'll hit on the individual stat board and check the scoreboard as well coming up next. And maybe by the time we get home, the Astros and Mariners will still be playing. But we started this game. They were in the, 7th inning, and they're now in the 16th inning, the Astros and the Mariners. Wild times indeed. We'll have more coming up on Little Woodrow's postgame. Rice falls to FAU 17-14. This is Rice football from Learfield.
Big trip on the horizon? Before you depart, you gotta park. The parking spot is a simpler, easier way to navigate airport parking, and you can save when you book online. You're guaranteed a spot, and we even pick you up at your trunk in our yellow and black spotted shuttles and take you straight to the terminal. Parking and saving come full circle at the parking spot. The parking spot, proud sponsor of Rice University. Visit theparkingspot.com to reserve your spot today.
Have no post-game plans? You do now. Head down the street to Little Woodrow's in Rice Village and relax over indoor and outdoor games, sports, and drink specials that a college student can't refuse. All you have to do is bring your student ID to enjoy $2.50 domestic drafts. Also, don't miss out on our Thursday college nights, as we've got $2 domestic drafts and $3 shot specials. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram to stay up to date on all of our upcoming events and specials. Little Woodrow's, the official Rice Owls game day headquarters.
Houston, we have a cocktail. All Hands Canned Cocktails are made with 6 times distilled craft vodka at a sturdy 10% ABV to ensure you never have to sacrifice the quality of your provisions. Now available in 6 natural flavors, including raspberry lemonade, ruby red grapefruit, cherry limeade, cranberry and vodka soda, and vodka tonic classic. Follow the adventure on Instagram at @DrinkAllHands and try these bar-strength cocktails for yourself for the next game. All Hands, damn fine cocktails. Proud sponsor of Rice Athletics.
The passion.
He's going to take it to the house. Dinner's cooking. Touchdown.
The fury.
Getting split. Down he goes.
The speed.
To the 50. To the 40. He's gone.
Western College football.
For the end zone. Got it for 6 points. You cannot hitch the wagon with the ponies and the bars. Back to the end zone. 20.
This is the College Football Blitz. Listen all season long on College Sports Now on the Varsity Network.
Take a gander here at the individual stat page here as I'm in the break, telling small market radio stories with Ashley. There are many to tell here. Again, we should charge for the stream in the breaks. We could start a Patreon and maybe generate some more funds here. FAU 17 and Rice 14. Mention the big team stats. If you didn't hear us in that last segment, FAU a great last 3 quarters or so, limiting the Owls as they end up with 311 total yards. FAU's Owls do, and then Rice 261 total yards on the game. On the home team's rushing side, Larry McMahon, as you said, your term bulk, like he was 24 rushes, 99 yards.
Yeah.
Longest was 20, but he just churned off yards at a time, 4.1 yards per pop. Johnny Ford came back in his first game in 3 games, 9 touches, 55 yards. Perry wasn't flashy. What did he start? 1 of 7, but ended 13 of 19. Ended up 14 of 26, 126 yards, 1 touchdown. He was sacked twice, but he did not throw a pick. Wester, his leading guy, 4 grabs, 25 yards for Wester. Erdin led them 3 catches, 50 yards tonight. And their leading tackler was Eddie Williams with 8. On the Rice individual stat board, Ari Broussard, 10 carries, 41 yards. That's a high this season for Broussard on the individual game. And, of course, he keeps turning off touchdowns. He had a rushing touchdown on the night for the Owls. Last score of the game at the 3:21 mark of the first quarter. Rice scored the first 14 points of the game. And then FAU's Owls scored the last 17 points of the game. Cam Montgomery, 3 carries, 25 yards. And Uriah West, they had him for 3 carries. I don't believe that to be true. But they had him for 5 yards rushing on the night. I thought I only saw 1 from Uriah in there. Mcmahon throwing the ball, 10 of 28 passing, 197 yards, 1 touchdown, and 3 picks tonight. He was sacked 3 times, had that 78-yard hookup to Rosner. And I meant to double-check this on Bradley, and I think if I X'd out, Rosner, third 100-yard receiving game of the season, had a career-long reception, as we talked about a lot. And how about this little trivia nugget? Can you, don't look at the screen here, Nate, but can you name, he got his 7th 100-yard receiving game of his career. The most since what Rice Owl?
Jordan Taylor.
No. Jordan Taylor.
Oh, Jordan Taylor. Okay, I was going to say Jordan Taylor. That was going to be a slam dunk.
Yeah, he had a lot more
Taylor.
than that. But, yeah most since. But great game by Bradley Rosner. Yeah. And it ended up, though, 135 yards. He had 74 yards after the catch tonight in this game.
My goodness.
Jack Bradley had 2 catches for 25 yards tonight. Luke McCaffrey caught 2 balls for 23 yards. Cam Montgomery 1 catch for 8 yards. And also tonight, let's see, Myron Morrison racked up the tackles, a career-high 15 tackles in this game. 6 of those solo from Myron Morrison, 9 from Conti, 8 from Inachuku, who had 2.5 tackles for a loss, and Josh Piercy brought that lunch pail over here to South Florida. He had 7 tackles on the game, had a sack, and had another share of a tackle for a loss. FAU 17 and Rice 14. Man. It sinks in. You're at that time of our Little Woodrow's postgame where there were a lot of moments where Rice could have done some things differently, but FAU did a lot to win this game as well. But I know Rice will be flying back and thinking this upcoming week that there were chances to win this game for them.
Yeah, they're going to look back at the tape and they're going to say, oh, my goodness, we should have done this. Oh, my goodness, we should have done that. Oh, my goodness, that should not have happened. And all you can do, JP, is learn from that. You know, you can't criticize, you can't be negative. You have to learn from those things. They are learning experiences. TJ will be better as a result of this game. I thought the UAB game would have been the breakout game for him, where he actually learns what to do, what not to do, and how to win in the last few minutes of the game. But it wasn't. Let's just be honest. It was not. But this game, you know, people say you can't learn anything from a loss. Yes, you can. And I think if you go back and you break the tape down, you look at it and say, we won't do that again because this did not work. Let's try this. I think, you know, next game when they play at Louisiana Tech, because I'm going to tell you something, Louisiana Tech is always good. No matter what their record is, they are always good. Yes, sir. Yeah. They always have a good defense when we go to Ruston. So TJ is going to be very similar to this. So what you don't want to do is go down there and make the same mistakes that you made in this game and get the same result. You want to have different results, and maybe the outcome will be much different for you.
Stay tuned more. We have one last break, and we will have that look ahead for the Acme Oyster House. What's on tap? Looking more of those Louisiana Tech Bulldogs, and we'll have a complete rundown of the Conference USA and Top 25 scoreboard when we come back next. FAU 17, Rice 14. This is Rice football from Learfield.
We interrupt your top 40 hits to issue this alert from the Carbach Brewing Company. In our efforts to brew our distinct and popular Hopadillo IPA, we have unwittingly created a monster with an insatiable thirst, a monster that will not stop until it gets what it wants, an ice-cold Hopadillo IPA, just like the one I'm holding in my hand. Bold, flavorful, dry-hopped, irresistible, sweet Mary! Hopadillo. Find it before it finds you. Bravely brewed in Texas by the Carbach Brewing Company.
Flight by Yingling, the next generation of light beer. For those who don't follow trends, but craft them. Flight by Yingling is uncompromised refreshment from from America's oldest brewery. With only 2.6 grams of carbs and 95 calories, this is premium refreshment. 6 generations in the making. Don't just raise a glass, raise the bar. Flight by Yingling, the official beer partner of Rice Athletics, and now available for purchase everywhere in Texas. The Yingling Company, Fort Worth, Texas. Please enjoy responsibly.
With MyFit Foods, meal planning isn't hard. We've got options on options for ready-to-eat meals. It's no secret why MyFit Foods is the best choice for meal prep. We have the best products, price point, and people dedicated to serving you. Stop by our store, only a mile down the road from Rice University, and fuel your body the Rice way today. MyFit Foods. Give a fit.
Join us each Monday of a game week for the Mike Bloomgren Show from Acme Oyster House. It's at 1201 West Hyder. It's aired live at 7 o'clock on the Varsity Network app, RiceOwls.com, and the Owls Game Day app. Coach and I will recap each game and preview the Owls' next opponent. Players and assistant coaches also join us throughout the season. And get this, it's also streamed live on the Owls Facebook and YouTube channels. The Mike Bloomgren Show, 7 o'clock every Monday of a game week at Acme Oyster House.
Rice House Ball to the FAU Owls. Acme Oyster House, what's on tap? Rice at Louisiana Tech next week, a 2 o'clock start time. And 1:30 is our Houston Methodist pregame Saturday night for the Cozy Hamlet of Ruston, Louisiana. You got Sonny Cumbie. I was looking at their roster, working ahead, doing some of the two-deep stuff for Louisiana Tech. They lost a lot through the portal. Skip Holtz leaving. Great coach for them. Many years at the helm there. And but North Texas beats Louisiana Tech today, 47-27. And Louisiana Tech now 2-4 on the season. They've still, guys, as you could expect from Sonny Cumbie, with the coaching tree coming out of Texas Tech. Of course, a record-setting quarterback in his time out on the South Plains. But Louisiana Tech, though, 1-1 in this West Division inside Conference USA. They lost at Missouri to start the season, blew out SFA, and went and gave Clemson a fight. They lost 48-20. But then their surprising loss was at South Alabama a few weeks ago before winning at home against UTEP last week and then falling against North Texas here this game this week in action. But McNeil at quarterback, not the most efficient quarterback, 57% on the season, 12 touchdowns, 7 picks on the year. He's thrown for 1,200 yards, so a little over 200 yards. They've also got they've got a good rushing game as well as Marquise Crosby in the backfield. But you said it earlier, it's been tough winning in there. In our time going there together, I only remember that one win coming back in that was a close loss actually. So in our time there, it's been tough winning there in Ruston.
Doesn't happen very often. You know, you really have to, when you go to play Louisiana Tech, it doesn't matter who they have on the squad, what their record is, who the head coach is. It does not matter. Mm-hmm. It's tough to win in Ruston. And I know some people from Ruston. I mean, the athletic director of C.E. King or Sheldon ISD played at Louisiana Tech. You need to meet this guy, Derek Fitzhenry. He lives out there near you. He's a tough hombre. I'm telling you, the folks from Louisiana Tech and Ruston, they are tough.
Hey, you go north of town, we're all tough. Okay?
Oh, man, I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you, buddy.
That's our What's on Tap, brought to you by Acme Oyster House, the spot of the Mike Bloomgren Show. Next one coming up here on Monday, 7 till 8 p.m. Let's take a gander. One last sweep through those scores across Conference USA and beyond. The final here today was FAU defeating Rice by a 17-14 final. UAB beat Charlotte today, 34-20. UAB now 4-2 on the season. Charlotte drops to 1-6. 100 miles of hate game. Western Kentucky wins at Middle Tennessee, 35-17. Reed, 278 yards passing ho-hum for the Hilltoppers. Former Division II star at West Florida. We will be there in a few weeks. Looking at, I mentioned Louisiana Tech falling at North Texas 47-27. Austin Awney in that win 196 yards passing, but McNeil, who we'll see next week, 424 yards passing. And Smoke Harris, he can run. He had 156 yards receiving in that loss for the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. UTSA last night went down I-95 and they beat FIU 30-10. That's the only other action. Pretty light week across the Conference USA landscape. In the American Conference, where Rice and FAU will both be next season. Last night, SMU beat Navy 40-34. How about Tulane? And Willie Fritz's team keeps on trucking. On the Gulf side of the Sunshine State, Tulane wins at South Florida 45-31. Tulane, a comeback win in that game. And they're old rivals, of course, in Conference USA, and they'll be new rivals in the American Athletic Conference. Memphis and East Carolina.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers.
Tie game in that one. Yes, go to Shoppers. UCF routs Temple yesterday, 70-13. In Sunbelt action, former Rice Owls conference rival Old Dominion routs Coastal Carolina by a 49-21 score. And how about Southern Miss trailing Arkansas State in the fourth quarter, 19-14? Arkansas State is leading Southern Miss. And a final Thursday night, Louisiana, no, it was Wednesday night actually. Yep. Louisiana beat Marshall by a 23-13 score. And that snapped a 3-game losing streak that Rice started. Louisiana defeated Marshall 23-13. Let's see, how about in local flavor, Houston Christian, formerly Houston Baptist, going to the fourth quarter, trailing Northwestern State there at Husky Stadium. And then David Bailiff's Texas A&M Commerce Lions leading at McNeese State. McNeese 17-15. Always like catching up, of course, with the alma mater and see what Coach Bailiff is doing out there.
Always doing good things.
What grabs you? You had a few big ones going on in the top 25.
Yeah, top 25. Clemson right now leading Florida State 31-14 in the third quarter. Mississippi State and Kentucky doing battle in Kentucky 6-3 in that game in the third quarter. That's a low-scoring game. USC 28, Utah 21, second quarter with about 24 seconds remaining. Check that, make it 16 and getting down even lower. Michigan over Penn State today, 41-17. Minnesota falls to Illinois, 26-14. Oklahoma by 10 over Kansas, 52-42. Ole Miss 48, Auburn 34. Ole Miss now 7-0. And they're ranked number 9 in the country. Texas 24, Iowa State 21, Georgia 55. Didn't even allow Vanderbilt to score, 55-0. Syracuse over North Carolina State 24-7. Tennessee defeats number 3 Alabama 52-49. TCU a winner over Oklahoma State 43-40. And Georgia Southern beats number 25 James Madison 45-38. Interesting little scenario now that Alabama's ranked number 3 and Tennessee beat them today. So I guess what could happen, because Clemson right now is leading Florida State 31-14. Georgia will stay at number 1. Good shot that number 2. And
Ohio State
will stay where they are. Mm-hmm. And then we'll see what happens with Clemson. They're going to move up to 3. Alabama will probably move down to 4. But now this is going to be interesting because Tennessee is number 6, and they are undefeated at 6-0.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just wanting to see if they're going to make the jump to maybe no, they're not, because Michigan is 7-0. So they're going to stay right where they are, probably move up to 6. But other than that, that's going to be it. So it's going to be one move this week, and it should be what did we just say? It should be that the undefeated.
I'm letting you talk yourself out of this one.
No. I'm not going to talk myself out of this one. I kind of know what I'm doing here. The undefeated team, I may be a little confused, but I'm never going to talk myself out of anything. Tennessee will move up maybe one spot. We'll see what happens.
Nate's trying to do double duty.
Alabama's going to 4.
That's crazy. That's a down year for the Crimson Tide. I say tongue in cheek there, but We'll be back on the Coaches Show coming up at Acme Oyster House Monday, and the next broadcast of Rice Owls football is coming up on Saturday, as we mentioned, from Ruston, Louisiana. I'll have Rice volleyball tomorrow against Charlotte, and we will talk to you coming up next week on these airwaves here from Ruston, Louisiana. Nate, appreciate you.
Appreciate you as always, my friend. And I will be listening for you. What time is your game tomorrow?
It is at 1.
1 o'clock?
Yeah.
That's a pretty quick turnaround.
It's a quick turnaround. Great ones adjust,
yes,
as a former SID friend here told me. But stay tuned for that. And remember, in everything we give thanks to the sports information crews on both sides of the Katrina and Company here for FAU, Chuck Poole and Company for the Rice Owls. Appreciate all of you for tuning in, wherever you did here tonight. Now let's go watch the end of this Astros game. Thanks to Walter Engineering and Ashley back in the studio, and Bob keeping the stats. For Nate, I'm JP. Have a great night. God bless. Go Owls. Rice fight. We'll talk to you next Saturday from Ruston, Louisiana. This has been Rice Football from Learfield.
Buy the best for less at Shoppers. Shoppers has the lowest prices on John Deere tractors. Don't leave money on the table with the best tractor at the best prices of the